interrogation from St. Luke's that they basically, the court has forced me into, is best to be done live so that people can see it and decide for themselves. And so it's going to be, probably long, but if you're interested, it's going to be recorded here live, and then it'll be posted on the YouTube. And I know St. Luke's attorneys don't like this, but that's just how it's going to be. So it might get boring. I'll get it set up here, and we'll get going here. Where you want, if you want to sit right here or whatever. Or maybe you don't want to sit right there. Maybe you want to sit here so you don't have to be in the video all the time. Just logging on. Who's this guy here? Let's see. I don't want to be early. I got a minute or so. How you doing? Thanks for coming. We'll see how this goes. If I'm not comfortable with his questioning, I'll object. And if he tries to entrap me into something that I'm not, then I'll invoke the fifth. And otherwise, I'm going to try to answer all his questions. So we'll see what happens. Mm-hmm.
Mr. Bundy, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So, Mr. Bundy, there's a Jared Green that we've admitted, and I'm not going to object to admitting any of your other followers who've got the link. I just was hoping to get your help and make sure we've got a shared understanding. None of that we're going to mute those folks so that it doesn't interfere with the examination. And my thought is also that we turn off their view screen, not so that they couldn't see, but that we'll not be seeing their images. Are you comfortable with that?
It's up to you.
No, it's Mr. Bundy. I'm trying to work with you, and I know you want to share this with your followers, so I'm just trying to make sure that that's acceptable. They'll be able to watch. And one thing you might want to share with them, it's improper for them to videotape the proceedings because there's only supposed to be one, official video and one official transcript. But I'm not going to object to them watching it. I saw your video last night, and we raised the issue with the court. But if the issue is only that you want your followers to listen into the proceedings, I'm not going to object to that so long as there's no interference.
It's up to you. I mean, I don't agree to any of this, so it's up to you.
Okay. Well, I'll just when we go on the record, I'll just make that statement and you make your statement.
That'll be better. No, maybe not.
It's a little bit better. Anything else you can do, Mr. Bundy? Because your face is pretty dark. is there anybody else in the waiting room?
No, not right now. And if there are, Eric, did you want me to interject and let you know, or do I just admit them, or what do you want me to do?
I'll say this on the record, but I think you could just go ahead and admit them, but I'd ask you just to mute them and turn off their screen.
Will do.
At least, I mean, their camera, excuse me, not their screen, but their camera.
And Ammon, I have the video spotlighted on you as for recording purposes, but if you don't want to just stare at yourself as a big view, in the upper right hand corner you can click view and then click gallery, and you'll see everybody back to their individual squares. But up to you.
All right.
And Mr. Bundy, just to introduce myself, I'm the court reporter today. I'm Brooke, just to introduce myself. Okay, Eric, I'm ready when you guys are.
Okay, and just one more thing, Mr. Bundy. As part of this process, the court reporter, as she's transcribing your words, you can have access to it as it comes out. It's a little bit rough, but it's kind of like a subtitle to what you're saying. And I have that. I have access to that, and we're happy to share the link with you if you'd like to have that too while you're being examined.
No, that's fine.
Okay. All right, Mr. Bundy. You ready to go on the record, Mr. Bundy?
Sure. I guess that's what we're here for.
Yep.
Okay, stand by.
Recording in progress.
All right, we're now on the record. Please silence your cell phones and place them away from the microphones. My name is David Cromwell, representing Depot, Idaho. The date today is February 25th, 2025, and the time is approximately 9:04 a.m. This deposition is being held via video conference. The caption of this case is In Re, Ammon Edward Bundy, debtor. Case number 2423530. The case is filed in the United States Bankruptcy Court, District of Utah. The name of the witness is Ammon Bundy. The attorneys attending remotely will identify themselves and the parties they represent.
Eric Stedham of Hone and Hart, representing the St. Luke's creditors in this matter.
Our court reporter, Brooke Bohr, will swear in the witness and we can proceed.
Mr. Bundy, I'll have you raise your right hand, just so I can see it.
Go ahead.
You need to raise your right hand, Mr. Bundy.
I don't think I'm going to take an oath to anybody here.
I can just affirm you if you'd like. Is that okay, Eric?
No, he needs to take an oath.
Okay.
Are you going to take an oath to tell the truth, Mr. Bundy?
I've already taken an oath to God to tell the truth.
Mr. Bundy, it's just part of the process. Please, I'd really like to.
No, it means something to me. I'm not going to take an oath to you. I've seen what you do. I've seen how you put people on oath and then you drag them into a lie, and I'm not going to take an oath to you.
So
I've already made an oath to God to tell the truth.
Mr. Bundy, are you going to abide by the rules of civil procedure and take an oath as is required by the rules from the court reporter?
I've never read those rules, so I can't tell you yes or no.
So
but I know I'm not going to take an oath to you. I've watched.
I'm not asking you to take an oath to Mr. Bundy. Please, just pause. I don't want us to talk over each other because the court reporter is recording what we're saying right now, and I don't want to talk over each other and make it harder for her. So, Mr. Bundy, this is not an oath to me. It's an oath It's an oath, just as you would swear an oath in a court of law to tell the truth. And it's an important process.
And who am I making this oath to?
Why don't you raise your right hand and let Ms. Borsella, and then at the end, you'll be asked whether you swear the oath. If you don't want to swear the oath after she does her recital, that's up to you. We'll probably have to stop this and go to the court.
What was the other option then?
Well, Brooke, why don't you just read him right now what the oath is, so he knows in advance what you're going to be asking him.
So all I'm going to say is, do you solemnly swear to tell the truth? Do you solemnly swear that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I've already done that.
That's it.
Well,
It's just a formality, and it's something I have to do.
You need to do it on the video, Mr. Bundy. I'm sorry to talk over you, Brooke. You need to do it on the video. You need to do it on the video, Mr. Bundy. And she needs to do this process. It's part of her obligation as an officer of the court.
And who am I making the oath to?
Mr. Bundy, it's the same oath that you would swear when you go to a court of law, and I know you've been in a court of law.
I understand that, but I'm asking, who am I making the oath to? This is not a light matter. You don't just make an oath or a covenant or a promise to somebody and not know who you're making it to and what the details are. Like, this is important to me. Like, if I'm making it to you, Eric, you're a liar. And so I don't make oaths to liar. I've seen you put people under oath and then prompted them for hours to lie to a jury. And so you don't respect and honor this oath.
Mr. Bundy, I don't want to waste time today. I really do want to move forward with this. And this is not time for you to make speeches. It's a question, are you going to comply with the rules of civil procedure and swear an oath as is part of the process under the federal rules of civil procedure as part of the process that you initiated in bankruptcy court?
I've asked the question, who am I taking the oath to?
Mr. Bundy, I'm not your attorney. You chose not to have an attorney. So you need to decide whether you're going to swear an oath. And the oath is to the court and is part of the court process. It is not an oath to me personally.
So I'm taking the oath to the court.
You're taking an oath to a court, and you could be subject to perjury if you lie. It's just like taking the oath when you took the stand in your criminal matters.
So I'm not taking the oath to you in any way.
No, but Mr. Bundy, I just want to make sure you understand the import. You could be guilty and I'm hoping you'll tell the truth, but if you take the oath and you don't tell the truth, you would be subject to criminal prosecution for perjury. Yeah,
but I'm more worried about being subject to the Almighty Judge, and that's who I've taken an oath to.
Mr. Bundy, that's fine, but that's fine, and I don't think that's a trivial matter. But what I'm just asking, so we can move forward, is: are you going to comply with the rules that govern this court and swear to tell the truth under video, pursuant to the statement made by the court reporter?
And I asked, who am I taking the oath to?
Mr. Bundy, I've already explained to you, you're taking the oath to the court.
Okay.
And the United States of government, and being subject to its laws, and you're putting yourself at risk that if you were to give false testimony, you would be subject to criminal prosecution for perjury.
Yeah. Then if I'm taking it to the court, then I will take the oath.
All right.
Your right hand for me, Mr. Bundy. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Bundy. Just a preliminary matter. As we discussed before we went on the record, I understand that you've posted the link to this examination to some of your followers, or posted it publicly. Is that true?
I posted it to one person who commented that I said I would post it to.
Okay. And I did see the video you posted last night. And if I understood you correctly in the video you posted last night, you would seem to be agreeing that the folks that log on to watch this can be muted and will not be participating or making any statements during the examination. Are we in agreement regarding that?
That's up to you.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask the court reporter staff to admit anybody that goes into the waiting room. but we will be muting them so that they cannot, speak on the record, given that they're not a party or an attorney for any of the parties here. Okay? Do you understand that, Mr. Bundy?
Yeah, I think you were clear.
Okay. All right. Mr. Bundy, just a couple of preliminary things. First, even though this is on video, it's very important that you answer with words rather than just gestures so that the court reporter can take down your answers. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Also, I do have a bad habit of pausing in the middle of my questions. Please just do your best to let me get the entire question out before you respond. Is that fair?
Sure.
And, that way we can avoid talking over each other and making it hard for the court reporter. Is that fair?
Yes.
Mr. Bundy, if for any reason you don't understand the question I ask, please don't hesitate to tell me that you don't understand, and I'll do my best to rephrase it. Is that fair?
Yes.
If I ask you a question and you answer, I'll assume that you understood the question. Is that fair?
Yes.
Mr. Bundy, it's not an endurance contest. If you need to take a break for some reason during the proceedings, so long as there's not a question that I've asked that has not yet been answered, we'll do everything we can to accommodate that. Is that fair?
Yes.
And Mr. Bundy, I just ask you to, if you could promise that you're not communicating with anybody during this through your computer or phone while you're answering these questions.
I will not promise that.
You will not promise that?
No.
Are you currently communicating with anybody regarding this examination?
I've communicated with a whole bunch of people about it.
No, Mr. Bundy, I'm sorry if I was not clear. Here would be what I would object to. I don't care whether you communicated with them beforehand. I might ask you some questions about that, but I'm not objecting to that. What would be improper, and this is just an issue with Zoom testimony, is if somebody is getting answers, provided to them by another source, real time while they're trying to answer the question. Do you understand that?
I understand the question, yeah.
Okay. Will you be communicating with any folks during this examination?
Possibly.
Okay. Have you been yet communicating?
No.
Will you tell me if you're communicating with anybody during this examination?
Yeah, I could tell you that.
Okay.
Or it'll be obvious, but I'll tell you if you want me to.
Well, I don't want it to be obvious because it's not on Zoom. I mean, one of the problems with Zoom is that there could be witness coaching from somebody who's not present and is invisible to me. Do you understand that issue?
Yeah, I mean, I understand why you might be concerned about it, but
Okay. Are you going to be getting coached in your answers by anybody during this examination?
I don't intend to be coached, no. But I may ask somebody a question or may ask for a response or, but I don't see that happening, but I'm not going to commit to you that it won't happen.
Okay. How about this? Before you attempt to communicate or do communicate with anybody during your testimony, if you would just tell me so we could address it at that time. Is that fair?
Sure.
All right.
Lighting's really bad here.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bundy, I didn't hear you.
I just said the lighting is bad here.
Yeah. One of the things that's going to be potentially a little bit clunky, Mr. Bundy, is that I will be sharing some exhibits with you on the share screen. Please tell me if you're having any challenges reading the documents on the screen, so we can address it while you're responding. Is that fair?
Yes.
And again, I know that previously you've made a statement that you're only going to make yourself available for, I think, 4 hours of time. My hope is that we can get this resolved before then. But again, we are objecting to you unilaterally shortening this understand that?
I understand that you're objecting to that, yes.
That's all I want to make sure is your understanding. All right, Mr. Bundy. As part of this examination process, you were provided a subpoena ducis tecum that requested documents. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any additional documents to provide beyond what you've already provided?
I do not believe I do. I believe
Okay.
I have satisfied that request.
Okay. And did you receive an email from me this weekend in which I identified a number of categories of documents that it appears regarding which it appears you hadn't provided any documents?
Like a list of documents that you said that
Yeah.
I...
Did you review? I'm sorry, Mr. Bundy. Go ahead.
I was just asking if a list of items, a list of documents.
Yeah. So I'm going to. What do you recall receiving that email from me on Sunday?
I do not.
Okay. I'm going to.
If you want, I could go to my emails now and check, but I do not recall that. Because I thought it was odd that you were saying I did not satisfy the subpoena, but did not provide me a list of what you were requesting that I missed. And so the fact that you're talking about an email list now is new to me.
Okay. Give me some moment, Mr. Bundy, and we'll probably make that exhibit number 1, and we can talk through that. Okay.
All right, I'm going to go to my email too and look at it.
Okay. Let's go off the record for just a couple of minutes. You can mute it. I am going to put the exhibit up and share screen on it, but if you want to take a look at your inbox, please go ahead. We'll just go off the record for a couple of minutes if that's okay.
Okay, the time is 9:20 a.m. off the record.
Recording stopped.
What date was Sunday? No, let me look.
It was in the evening, Mr. Bundy.
I'm just looking at the date of Sunday, just real quick.
Sure.
So the 23rd. All right. And did it come from your email?
It did. So I'm going to resend it to you, Mr. Bundy, but I'll just forward it again to you.
So I'm looking at your email that's titled Ammon Bundy Examination. It was on Sunday the 23rd. But it has...
And I resent it to you, Mr. Bundy. It was on, we can go back on, let me get this clarified and we'll jump back on the record. But it was, I've got it dated as late in the evening on 11:15 p.m. on Sunday.
Okay, I have your email.
You want to go back on, Eric?
Yeah, just give me a second to, I'm not very good at this share screen stuff. Give me a second and I'll
Okay.
get my different windows set up here. Okay, we can go back on the record. Mr. Bundy, I'm sharing a screen. Are we back on the record yet?
Not yet. 1 second.
Recording in progress.
All right, the time is 9:23 a.m. Back on the record.
Mr. Bundy, I'm going to mark as Exhibit 1 to your deposition my email to you of Sunday, February 23rd, 2005 at 11:15 p.m. Do you see that on your share screen, sir?
I want on the record that you resent it to me today.
Well, Mr. Bundy, I'll represent that it was also sent to you on Sunday at 11:15 p.m. Are you saying you didn't receive it then?
I'm saying I did not see any of the attachment until today, just recently.
Fair enough, Mr. Bundy, but here's my question. I just asked you to respond to the question as asked. Did you receive the email that is Exhibit 1 and is on the share screen now? That's on Sunday at 11:15 p.m.
I did not read it till the next day.
Fair enough. I just asked if you received it, but did you receive it?
I can't answer that. I don't know when I received it. I know when I read it, when I opened it.
Is it showing in your mailbox as having been received on Sunday evening?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Bundy, if you take a look at the share screen, I'm going to open up the attachment because that's what I really want us to use to talk through. And if you open up the attachment,
I also want on the record that my email does not look like yours at all. There's not an attachment box way up on top. This was a conversation we had, and there's a zip file clear at the bottom of my email, and I could share screen if you would like. So this is not.
I don't need you to share screen.
This
Mr.
is
Bundy,
not
if you wanna make that.
It's not apples to apples.
That's whatever significance you place in that. That's fine. So if you take a look now on the share screen, there's the email that is Exhibit 1. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the second paragraph says, first, although the deadline for production of documents was 3 days ago, you have failed to provide documents you were ordered to provide. The attached document, comparison of Bundy document production, outlines the failures in production. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then if you open up the attached document, you'll see what I have on the share screen now, which is listed as Exhibit A. And then, you see that, sir?
I do, but I'm going to go back to my email and make sure that that is the same. And as I said before, I did not see this attachment because it doesn't look like yours at all. It's clear at the bottom, and it's just says zip, attachment zip.
And I think you stated you did not read the body of the email that referenced an attached document, did you?
The part you just read?
Yeah.
I did read the body of the email. And it says, I tragedy things, your failure to produce documents, which I did not believe was accurate. Confirmation of the examination, which I did confirm to you that I was going to be on the examination. And condition of the examination, which I don't know what you meant there. And your effort to get your followers to participate in or disrupt the examination, which I disagree with completely. And so, let's see. First, although the deadline of the production of documents was 3 days ago, you have failed to provide documents you were ordered to provide. The attached document, comparison of the Bundy Doc Pro outlines the failure of productions. So I didn't know what you meant there because I did not see the attachment. And if you look at my email, it's quite a bit different than yours.
Mr. Bundy, that's fine. And I really do ask you just to respond to the questions so we can move forward. My objective is just to be able to reference the document for some questions that are coming up, okay? Do you understand, Mr. Bundy?
I understand, but I'm not going to just answer yes or no. I took an oath to say the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So I will say the whole truth.
You,
I will not just answer yes or no. I will say the whole truth, and I will defend myself as this goes on. You know, I'm not going to let you entrap me into, not producing something that I didn't understand I was obligated to produce. I believe that I completely satisfied your subpoena, and I believe I answered your questions, and I did not see this zip file that's clear at the bottom of my email.
okay, Mr. Bundy, so I'd like to go to the attached document that is referenced as Exhibit A. Do you see that?
Let me get back. Yes.
Okay. And it's on your share screen. Okay.
Well, I'm just seeing the email on my share screen. I'm not seeing the document. The document.
Okay, let me adjust the share screen then.
I see it now.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bundy. So now on your share screen is Exhibit A, which was attached and is part of, was the attachment, excuse me, to what is Exhibit 1 of your deposition. So, Mr. Bundy, if you take a look at Exhibit A, that is an exhibit that was attached to the subpoena that was sent to you regarding this examination. Is that correct?
I believe so. I believe so. I don't remember I don't remember any of the highlights.
No, the highlights were, that's what I wanted to get to, Mr. Bundy. The highlights were put in by me so we can discuss what may be missing from the production or may just not exist. Okay, so I want to use this as kind of a roadmap for us to talk through.
Okay.
What was produced, and I'll just tell you at the outset, Mr. Bundy, what my objective is to kind of understand what documents might be out there but you don't have access to, what documents you think what categories of documents you think just don't exist, and which category of documents may have just been overlooked from you producing them to us. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So I want to get down to this section here. Excuse me. I'm going to scroll up to what's on the share screen. So we're looking at a window right now where we reference some cash transfers or cash deposits. Do you see that?
Yeah, from 2020 mostly, 2021.
Yeah, 20. You'll see the first date in the square is August 14th, 2020, and the last is August 12th, 2023. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, just in case I overlooked it, did you produce any documents relating to these cash transfers?
I produced some explanation of them. And I gave you all the bank statements that I had that were related to these, as many as I had.
So when you say you provide us,
I'm going to ask an individual here to grab some documents for me, just so you know. There's a printer in there.
By that person for
I
the
have
record.
Documents and printer.
His name is David.
What's his last name?
I'll have to ask him if he's okay with me giving his last name. It's in the other room, yeah.
Is David assisting you during this deposition?
He's grabbing some papers for me.
But is he assisting you and talking to you during this deposition?
He has not yet.
Is he an attorney?
No, I don't think he's an attorney.
Well, do you know whether he's an attorney?
I don't believe he's an attorney.
What is his last name?
Are you comfortable with giving me his last name, or no? No, he's not comfortable with giving his last name.
Mr. Bundy, you should, I'm going to object to you interacting or being coached by somebody.
I'm not being coached by someone. I asked him to get some documents off of my printer.
Okay.
And
Mr.
and,
Bundy,
and, and I'm in
there's a
my
question.
home, and I'm
Mr.
in my
Bundy.
home. I'm in
Mr.
my
Bundy,
home.
there's not a question pending. Would you please? This is not going to work if you're just going to just start talking. It needs to be a question and answer format for us to move forward. Do you understand that?
I do understand that, so you need to let me answer the question.
And that's what I want to make sure we've got clearly on the record. Mr. Bundy, looking again at the share screen, there's a reference to some cash transfers. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you provide any documents relating to those cash transfers?
Yes.
Okay, and what documents did you provide?
I provided bank statements, all the bank statements that I had available to me, and I also provided you a full explanation of them in a motion that's connected to docket 253,
Okay.
which I
And
started to
that's-
print, but it looks like it didn't fully print.
Okay, Mr. Bundy, it's unclear to me what you mean when you said you provided us the answer to the document. Could you clarify what you mean when you say you provided responses in a document?
Yeah, there was a motion that was titled, let me get to it. One moment. It was titled, Response to the Many St. Luke's Motions Seeking to Destitute Ammon Bundy and His Family. And in that motion, which is filed with the court under docket 253, I believe, there's a full explanation of these transactions.
Okay, and Mr. Bundy, I don't have that in front of me, so let's talk through it now that you're under oath. Can you explain what the August 14th, 2020 $69,000 transaction relates to?
Not specifically, but I can tell you what was going on with these.
Well,
What I
I'd
believe.
like to focus on that first one if we could, Mr. Bundy. What explanation can you provide?
Well, what happened is during the COVID stuff, Wells Fargo and Emmett did not have a drive-through teller option, and they would not allow me to come into the building without a mask. And so I had a significant amount of money in the Avis Hespondai account, and so I withdrew that money as cash. And as I needed it to run Avis Hespondai, I would take the money and redeposit it into the Clarity Credit Union Avis Hespondai account. And that's what is going on here, is the redepositing of that cash money I withdrew from Wells Fargo and the depositing of the cash money, putting it into Clarity Credit Union Avis Hespondai account.
So, Mr. Bundy, are all of the transactions the cash transfers reflected in that chart? Are you contending that those all relate to moving money from Wells Fargo into Clarity?
I believe so. Now remember, I had the cash for a period of time. I did not take all the money out of Wells Fargo and put it immediately into Clarity. And these are the transactions.
Can you explain what you mean by that, Mr. Bundy? Are you saying that you just held cash in reserve? Or are you saying that the money was still kept at Wells Fargo until you moved it out?
No, I kept the cash money in reserve.
When you say in reserve, sir, that's what I'm trying to understand. Are you saying you just kept it? Where did you keep it?
In my possession at my home.
Just in a safe or something?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, just so I'm clear, all of the cash transfers were reflected in Exhibit A to Exhibit 1 to this deposition relate to you moving money, transferring money into Clarity that you had withdrawn from Wells Fargo. Is that correct?
I believe so. I believe that is accurate, yes.
And then just maybe so I understand, this background question. You said you moved it from if I understood correctly, you said you moved it from an Abish account at Wells Fargo.
Correct.
What do you mean when you say an Abish account at Wells Fargo?
Well, it was a business account under the Abish Bondi Inc.
And was that Abish account at Wells Fargo, was that used solely for Abish, and I apologize, I might be mispronouncing the name. Is it Husbande?
Was it used solely for that? Yeah, that's what it was created for. Yes.
Okay, so just so the record's clear, I think we might have talked over each other. The Wells Fargo account that you referred to as an Abish account, was that account used solely for Abish business?
Yes.
What, during this time period, well, when did you take the money? Just approximately, sir, when did you take the money out of Wells Fargo?
I mean, it was, I think, early spring of 2020, I believe.
Fair enough. Prior to, at around that time of early spring 2020, when you took the money out of Wells Fargo, what was the business of Abish?
The Abish has always been the business of purchasing property, leasing property, developing property. That's been its primary function, purpose.
Okay, and again, I'm trying to kind of keep us in that time frame when you were using the Wells Fargo account. You say that, if I understood correctly, you said real estate development, leasing, and holding real estate was the primary function of Abish. Is that correct?
Yes.
What was there a secondary function of Abish?
I mean, there was a lot of little stuff that I would do on the side, but that was the primary function of it.
Can you characterize what you mean when you say there was a lot of little stuff that you would do on the side during this time frame?
I don't think I could accurately characterize that because it's been so long ago, and there was various different things that I would do.
But Mr. Bundy, can you give me a single example of a thing you did that was, anything that you did that you contend was part of Abish's business that was other than leasing, holding real estate, or developing real estate?
I cannot give you an example of that, but I know there was others.
Okay. Were you doing any work as a mechanic or maintaining vehicles during this period that you had the account at Wells Fargo?
Yes.
Did any money or revenues from that, was that considered part of Abish's business?
I don't believe I ran any of that. Yeah, I believe that some of it was. Yeah, there was some of it. Some of the more kind of official type of business, I think I might have done through that.
When you say official type of business, what do you mean?
I mean, like a business that, wanted to do it under Abish Bondi.
Why would a business want to do it under Abish's Bondi? This maintenance?
I don't know, like rather than just under my name.
Let me just ask this. Let me ask a couple more background questions, then we'll kind of march through the other accounts after Wells Fargo. Has Abish Bondi ever filed any tax returns?
I'm going to object to that line of questioning.
Based on what, Mr. Bundy? That was subject to the motion to compel in which you pled the Fifth Amendment.
Well, I understand that, but I still have the right not to be a witness against myself. And we're dealing with the bankruptcy estate, and I don't know that that's an appropriate question under this, for this deposition.
Well, Mr. Bundy, part of what the purpose of this deposition is to understand the assets that you had before bankruptcy, and a key component is Abish Bundy, and I'll tell you that that's relevant. So let me ask you one more time so we're clear on the record. Has Abish Bundy ever filed any tax returns?
And I'm going to object to that line of questioning.
What is your basis for objecting?
I guess it would probably, I mean, one is I've already answered the question, I'm pretty open with it, but I don't believe that going outside the bankruptcy realm is appropriate for this deposition. So I don't want to create a pattern of you doing that. That's more the reason why I'm objecting, to this question. One of I've already answered. You have that information. Two, I think it's well outside the scope of the bankruptcy.
So, Mr. Bundy, a couple of questions. You say that we have that information regarding whether or not Abish Bundy ever filed any taxes. Can you explain to me how we have that information?
You have it in that document that is under the court record, document docket 253. In this motion, hang on, let me get it again. This response to the many St. Luke's motions seeking to destitute Ammon Bundy and his family.
Mr. Bundy, go ahead, but then I think we need to resolve an issue here, but please go ahead with whatever you were going to reference.
I already referenced it.
Okay, and what is the information that you contend that we have in that motion?
I contend that you have it, that I gave you that information, that I answered you that question. If you'd like me to pull it up, I'll read it to you.
Well, what was your answer in the motion?
I'll read it to you, hang on. Okay. It's a pretty long document, so bear with me, I gotta find it.
It's definitely going to take a long day, Mr. Bundy. This pace.
It's under the title, The Bundy Family's Financial Circumstance, I believe. Let's see. Or Mr. Bundy's corporate dealings, possibly. I'm still looking here. It's a shame that you're not familiar with this document, because
Mr. Bundy, I think here's the problem. You're here to testify under oath. You're not to reference documents. You're not to refuse to answer oath and then say, I might have made a reference in another document. That is not the same as providing testimony under oath. It's not a substitute, Mr. Bundy. We're entitled to get your testimony under oath.
and I understand that, but I'll reference this document so that
You can reference it, but I'm going to ask the question again, and we're going to have to stop with this referencing documents. Mr. Bundy, if you can't find it, I think we're going to have to move on. Can you find it?
I believe I'm close to it. Yes, here. Mm. Okay, I found it here. There's. I said, Mr. Bundy has not filed any tax for Avis Husbandi, being that no profit has been recorded. And that is my testimony.
Okay, so you're testifying under oath, just so we're clear, that you've never filed a tax return on behalf of Avis Husbandi, is that correct?
Yes, as I stated, not filed any taxes for Avis Husbandi, being that no profit has been recorded.
Is it your understanding that you only need to file tax returns if profit is made?
It is my understanding that it is voluntary, yes.
And Mr. Bundy, what financial records do you have for Avis Husbandi?
I have bank statements.
Bank statements, is that the complete universe of financial documents that you have relating to Avis Husbandi?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever have any bookkeeping software that you used for Avis Husbandi?
No.
No, you never used anything like QuickBooks or anything like that?
No.
Okay. And is it fair to say if we look at the Avis Husbandi, strike that. Are you contending that if you look at the Avis Husbandi bank statements that were at Wells Fargo, Clarity, and Mountain American, that the transactions within the Avis Husbandi account reflect all of the business revenue and costs associated with Avis Husbandi?
Yes.
Is there anything in those bank statements, in the Avis Husbandi bank statements for Avis Husbandi at Mountain America, Clarity, or Wells Fargo that are personal charges?
I'm not certain of that. We're talking about several years.
Okay. Fair enough. But are you saying that all the business reflected, all the transactions reflected in those Avis Husbandi accounts are reflect business revenue and business costs for Avis Husbandi?
Yes.
Do you have any records of any transactions that Avis Husbandi engaged in?
Do I have any record of transactions?
Yeah, that Avis Husbandi reflected in, other than the bank statements.
I mean, I think there's probably a few out there, like, for example, I guess the bank statement would reflect that as well. So I do not believe so.
Okay. Do you have any leases, written leases, that were part of Avis Husbandi's business?
Yes.
And what leases were part of Avis
So
Husbandi's business?
I am objecting to this line of questioning. I just don't see how this is related to the bankruptcy at all. How are
Mr.
you?
Bundy, Mr.
I'm
Bundy,
objecting to this questioning.
I understand that I'm trying to
And
explain
so
this
we
to
can
you.
take it
Move
to the
on,
court.
because-
I am objecting. I'm
Mr.
objecting.
Bundy, you understand we're trying to understand a couple of things. One, whether Avis Husbandi is, as you assert, a business, or whether it's just your, whether it's a separate business, or whether it's should be considered just your individual money. That's one issue. Another issue is tracking where the money has gone prior to you filing bankruptcy. So these are all legitimate, and it wouldn't take much time, Mr. Bundy, if you didn't have anything, if you wouldn't keep pausing and objecting. And we went through a whole process where you objected pursuant to the Fifth Amendment, and the court denied that, and the court compelled you to answer these questions without objecting based on the Fifth Amendment.
This question was
Understand.
not asked prior to this.
Okay, Mr.
So your
Bundy,
statement is not honest.
Mr.
This
Bundy,
question was not
if
asked.
I've made a mistake on that, I apologize. But Mr. Bundy, I'm going to ask you again. Are there any other, what leases did Avis Husbandi have?
What lease did they have?
Yeah, what
Again,
leases did
I am
Avis Husbandi have?
objecting to this line of questioning. You are using the bankruptcy court to try to collect a corporate, debt or whatever you want to call it. And that is inappropriate. I am objecting to this line of questioning. It has nothing to do with my private estate or the bankruptcy proceeding.
Mr. Bundy, we're entitled to conduct discovery to determine whether or not you have legitimately segregated business and personal money. Do you understand that?
And I have a right to object, and the court can address it. I'm more than prepared to address it with the court, but I'm
Mr.
objecting
Bundy,
to
are you
this line
willing
of
to,
questioning.
without waiving our right to get the prior answer to the prior question, were there Abish-Hezbondi leases in place in the months leading up to the bankruptcy?
I am objecting to this line of questioning.
So you will not answer whether or not Abish-Hezbondi had any leases prior to you filing bankruptcy.
I fail to see the relativity between the bankruptcy, the jurisdiction of the bankruptcy, and your line of questioning.
All right, Mr. Bundy, are you making that statement based on your own analysis, or is that analysis that David without a last name is providing?
I'm making that on my own analysis.
Okay, Mr. Bundy. Mr. Bundy, what, if any, monies did you receive from Abish-Hezbondi?
I received consistently a income through Abish-Hezbondi, monthly.
All right. Have you filed any personal income taxes from 2018 to present?
All right, I'm going to reference this document again.
No, Mr. Bundy, I don't want to reference the document. I want an answer under oath. Mr. Bundy?
I am answering under oath.
Mr. Bundy, I want you, and without referencing the document, Mr. Bundy, it's a straightforward question. Do you know whether or not you filed any income taxes from 2018 to present? Do you know the answer to that?
This is my answer. Since my imprisonment, I have not paid any personal income taxes and refuse to do so voluntarily. I intend on abstaining from paying into any coffers that are used to destroy my family, friends, and countrymen. I have personal knowledge through experience that the Department of Justice, the FBI, and the U.S. Attorney's Office is a cesspool of conspiracy, corruption, and murder, and that the thought of paying a dime to support such institutions is repulsive to me. I know better than to be a good tax-paying citizen funding the destruction of my family and my country through income tax. However, I have paid tens of thousands of dollars in property tax, and I gladly pay all consumption tax that I incur.
Move to strike as non-responsive. Mr. Bundy, have you paid any income tax? Have you filed any income tax returns from 2018 to present?
I object to the strike.
Great. Mr. Bundy, have you filed any income tax returns from 2018 to present?
I answered that question.
No, I did not understand, Mr. Bundy. You read a statement. It's a straightforward question. Have you filed any tax returns, individual tax returns, either on behalf of yourself or jointly with your wife from 2018 to present?
I have clearly answered that question.
No, you haven't, Mr. Bundy. It's a straightforward question. Have you filed any tax returns, individually or jointly with your wife, from 2018 to present?
I have answered that question.
Okay. Mr. Bundy, have you filed any tax returns with the state of Idaho from 2018 to present, either individually or jointly with your wife?
Yes.
When did you file individual tax returns with the state of Idaho?
I don't remember exactly.
Have you provided those documents to us?
I am not certain that I have,
Why did you not produce those documents to us in response to the subpoena?
because I don't have access to them.
Why do you not have access to them?
Because if I have them, they are at the front of a 53-foot moving van packed clear full of, stuff from moving.
So you have no, are you contending you have no digital records of tax returns you filed?
I do not believe I have a digital record of those taxes that were paid.
Mr. Bundy, are you contending that those documents exist, but you simply haven't accessed them?
What do you mean by I haven't accessed
Well,
them?
let me ask you a little bit clearer. I want to make sure I understand. Are you stating that you have, you believe that you have copies of individual tax returns filed with the state of Idaho, but you have not provided them to us pursuant to the subpoena?
I believe that I have paid taxes for Idaho since 2000, or excuse me, Arizona since 2018, but I don't have access to them.
My question was about Idaho, so let's make sure we're not talking past each other. I think you said Arizona. Have you filed any individual tax returns during the time that you lived in Idaho, either individually or jointly with your wife?
No.
So you ran for governor, asking for taxpayers' votes without ever having filed an Idaho tax return?
I object to that line of questioning.
Well, is that am I correct in understanding that?
I object to that line of questioning.
Okay. So have you filed any individual tax returns?
But I'm glad you're exposing yourself to what this is really about.
Sure, Mr. Bundy. Mr. Bundy, have you filed any individual tax returns with Utah since 2018?
No, why would I?
I don't know, Mr. Bundy. I'm just asking whether you have. Mr. Bundy, have you filed any individual tax returns with the state of Arizona, either on behalf of yourself or jointly with your wife since 2018?
I know I filed some taxes with Arizona. I'm just not sure that the period of time.
Understood. Do you have copies of those filings with Arizona?
They're not available to me.
And why are they not available?
I've already answered that question.
Well, that's what confusion, Mr. Bundy, because I asked you a series of questions about tax returns from Idaho. So just to clarify, you mentioned something about you didn't want to get into a truck to get them.
No, I didn't say I didn't want to. I said it would be overburdensome. Or that's what I meant. That's what I
Okay, so
was
let me
meaning.
ask you the question so that it's clear on the record what your response is. Do you believe that you have tax returns filed with the state of Arizona, individually or jointly, since copies of those since 2000 that were filed since 2018?
I believe I have paid taxes to Arizona since 2018.
And I'm not asking whether you paid taxes, Mr. Bundy. I'm asking whether you filed a tax return. Do you understand the
Okay,
difference?
then the answer is I don't know.
Okay, that's what I wanted to get clear. Mr. Bundy, I believe it's still on the document that is Exhibit A to Exhibit 1 to your deposition is still on the sheriff's screen. Do you see that?
The
Do I
ones
need to
that,
reshare it?
no, I think I'm looking at the ones that's highlighted. The Exhibit A, I believe you said it was.
Yeah. And I apologize, Mr. Bundy. I just need to pause to ask the videographer a question. David, when I have something on share screen, do you get both the deponent and the share screen in the video?
I do.
All right, thank you. Sorry for that interruption, Mr. Bundy. I just needed to know whether I needed to change the way I was getting this framed. New question, Mr. Bundy.
Okay.
So looking at the share screen that reflects Exhibit A to the Exhibit 1 to your deposition. There's a reference to Chambers transfer. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And for purpose of the subpoena, Chambers transfer is defined as the transfer of approximately $487,167.36 from the law offices of Harris, Preston, and Chambers. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Have you provided any and all documentation you have relating to that transfer?
I believe so.
Okay, and what, can you just categorize for me what you have provided so I understand what it correlates to?
I believe I have provided the estoppel agreement or whatever you call that, some emails and from the Bransons and from their attorney.
And Mr. Chambers is the Branson's attorney, correct?
I believe so, yes.
All right. So we'd asked if you could provide texts that were responsive to the request. Have you provided any texts that were responsive to the request?
Text messages between just any related to that?
Well, yeah, within, we asked for different categories of
Right.
of documents, Mr. Bundy. Are there any texts that fall within those category of requested documents?
I don't believe so.
Okay. I do believe, and I think we touched on this before, but did you communicate via signal text with Mr. Branson?
Yes.
Do you have copies of those?
I do not.
Did you conduct any business relating to Abish Hisbandi through text?
Oh, I'm sure I do. I use text and, signal, heavily.
Okay. Did you keep do you have in your possession any text, signal, or through some other app that relate to Abish Hisbandi business in your possession right now?
I don't believe so. I think I give you everything that I have.
Okay. And then it goes on and just as then, these are categories of information, types of information, Mr. Bundy, within the categories of requested. I just want to make sure that that to the extent they haven't been produced, that they just don't exist. Okay.
Okay.
Do you have any voice messages that copies of voice messages that relate to the subject matter of these requests?
I don't believe so.
Did you conduct any search to determine whether or not that you still had texts or voice messages that relate to the subject matter of these requests?
I know that through Signal, it deletes it after a period of time. So.
And did you look at your phone to see whether there were any voice messages that relate to the subject matter of these requests?
I keep my voicemail very clean. I don't keep them very long, so I know that there's none in there.
So one of the tenants that was in place at at the warehouse. Well, let's jump back to this so we're on the same page. You used to own through Abish Hisbandi a warehouse property in Ammon, correct?
Correct. Well, Abish used to own it.
Sure. Understood. That's your contention. So at the time that you left Idaho, which tenants were renting space in the warehouse property?
Again, I object to this line of questioning.
Okay. Were you receiving income from those tenants?
No, Abish Hisbandi was.
Was Abish Hisbandi and then using that tenant money to pay you?
I was paid from Abish Hisbandi as an officer or an employee, if you will, from Abish.
And where did Abish get the money to pay you?
From various different income sources.
Did Abish have any income sources other than lease payments in 2023?
I'm not certain. I don't believe so, but I'm not certain.
Okay. And did you own shares in Abish Hisbandi?
Yes.
Do you contend that you still own shares?
I don't believe I legally own any shares in Abish Hisbandi.
Okay. When you contend that you did the warehouse in Emmett?
Again, I object to this line of questioning.
Well, Mr. Bundy, let's just pause there for a second, and we can go to the court. But you contend that you owned shares in Amish's Bundy, correct?
Correct.
And so that you owned you owned a portion of Avish's Bundy, correct?
I own shares in Avis Responde, yes.
Okay. And what was the value of your share ownership in Avish's Bundy in 2023?
I'd have to go to my records to verify that.
Okay, how many shareholders were there in Avish's Bundy in 2023?
I believe 4.
Okay. And who were the 4 shareholders in 2023?
Well, I was one.
And what percentage of Avish's Bundy did you own in 2023?
Again, I'd have to go to my records. If you want, I could go to my
Can you
records.
estimate it for me?
No, not accurately.
What records do you have that reflect what your share ownership was in Avish's Bundy?
I recorded that in the response to the many St. Luke's motions seeking to destitute Ammon Bundy and his family, which is found in the court document, docket 253, I believe.
Mr. Bundy, let me just pause you there. I don't need you to read for me what you wrote there. I'm talking about documents.
And I'm answering what document I would reference.
No, I'm not asking what documents you reference. I'm asking, do you have any corporate Avish's Bundy documents that reference what share ownership was of Avish's Bundy in 2023?
I believe so, yes.
What are those documents?
They would be the ledger or articles listing shares percentages for Abish Responde.
Have you provided the ledgers in discovery?
I do not believe I have.
Why not?
I did not think that it was requested.
Okay, well, we'll get to that request in a bit. But do you currently have possession of corporate documents relating to Avish's Bundy that reflect share ownership
Yes,
during different periods of time?
yes.
Okay. Can you describe to me what corporate documents were used to reflect share ownership at Avish's Bundy?
It is a ledger that was provided by the organization who helped me found and file the request from the state of Wyoming to establish Avis Responde.
Were there actual stock certificates issued physical stock certificates issued for Avish's Bundy?
Yes.
Were they all voting shares?
I'm uncertain to that.
Say who
And-
to your understanding? Go ahead, Mr. Bundy.
And I just want to clarify that I'm willing to talk about my shares in this, but I object to the other line of questioning.
Well, Mr. Bundy, it's just we're entitled to understand more about Avish's Bundy for a variety of reasons that I've articulated before, and I really wish you would just please answer the questions so we can move through this process.
I'm sure you do.
Yeah. So, Mr. Bundy, who else owned shares in Avish's Bundy in 2023?
I'm not sure. I think I'm going to object to that line of questioning.
What was the percentage ownership of shares in Avish's Bundy among the shareholders in 2023?
If you would allow me to reference my record, that document, I have it, but I don't know it off the top of my head.
Okay, so when you say that document, Mr. Bundy, what are you referring to that you want to reference? The ledger?
No. I'm referring to the response to the many St. Luke's motions seeking to destitute Ammon Bundy and his family, where I fully disclosed all of this information to you and to the court and to anybody else who wanted to see it.
Okay, what was the share, if you need to reference a document to tell me what the share ownership in 2023, in Abish Bondi was, and you'll testify to that under oath, please proceed.
Okay, let me look. So 10,000 shares were to Bowen Bundy, 10,000 shares were to Hayden Bundy, 20,000 shares were mine, and 250,000 were Nate Jones's.
And that's in 2023?
Yes,
Okay. And there were 1 million shares in Abish Bondi, correct?
that's correct.
Who owned the other shares in 2023?
They were held in, well, you know, we'll get into that question, but they were held in the corporate trust. I believe that's the right terminology.
Okay. And explain to me what your understanding of what that means as far as percentage ownership.
Well, I own 20,000 shares. My son Bowen owned 10,000. My other son Hayden owned 10,000, which they earned through a summer of work. And Nate Jones owned 250,000.
So Nate Jones was a majority shareholder in Abish Bondi in 2023?
Yes.
Did Nate Jones ever receive any distributions from Abish Bondi?
No, but we had agreements of how he would financially benefit from that.
Okay, what was the agreement?
That when property was sold, he would receive a portion of those profits.
What portion?
I don't have those exact details, but he was the majority owner, and so it would reflect his percentage of the shares.
Were the shares given to Mr. Jones after the lawsuit by St. Louis was initiated against you?
I don't remember that, to be honest with you. I'd have to look at the dates.
Would that be reflected in the ledger?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree to provide the ledger?
I don't have it available for now, but yeah, I have no problem. I think because the ledger would show my shares that I would be obligated to produce that.
Yeah. Where is the ledger now, Mr. Bundy?
I have it in my records. I have a book of that. And it's not with all the other files, so I can get that. That's available to me.
Okay. Any other corporate records relating to Abish Bondi beyond the ledger that you haven't provided in this bankruptcy action?
Well, I mean, I guess there's certificate, like stubs, if you will, like check stubs. There's certificate stubs. But I think and then I've given you everything else, I believe. as far as like all the Wyoming, articles and all of that, I think you have all that.
Were you paid by Abish Espondi?
Yeah.
And were you a W-2 employee of Abish Espondi?
Yeah, I was not. I was not like a normal employee. So I guess W-2 would be correct.
So you were W-2. Did Abish Espondi have any employees besides yourself?
From time to time.
Who were the other employees? And I'm happy to focus on, let's focus on 2022 through 2024.
Again, I object to this line of question. When it comes to me personally, comes to my income personally, those things, and you have,
Mr.
but I object to the corporate dealings of Avish Husbandai.
Mr. Bundy,
I
you
don't.
know that there's a possibility, and a very real possibility, that Abish Espondi would be considered to be the same as yourself, that there would be a piercing of the corporate veil given how it was run. Do you understand that?
Well, I believe that is a claim, but I think that down the road you're going to have to probably deal with some litigation there, and then in that proceeding it would probably be appropriate to go into all these details, but not in this proceeding.
So, Mr. Bundy, just so it's clear, are you contending you're not going to provide any information regarding who other employees were, if any, at Abish Espondi between 2022 and 2024?
I am objecting to that line of questioning.
I understand you're objecting. Does that mean you're not going to answer?
I am objecting to that line of questioning.
Mr. Bundy, it's one thing to object and then answer, and another thing to object and not answer. So that's what I'm trying to clarify.
Well, I'm objecting to
Are
answering
you,
to that line
so
of questioning.
Are you refusing to answer that question based on your objection?
I'm objecting to answering.
Would you please answer the question despite your objection?
I'm objecting to that and to answering. I mean, I don't know what's complicated.
That's all I need to. Here's Mr. Bundy, just so I can make the record. It's one thing for you to object and then answer, and it's one thing for you to object and not answer, and that's what I'm trying to get clear. With regard to the questions, the question about whether there were any employees other than yourself at Abish Espondi between 2022 and 2024, are you refusing to answer that question based on your objection?
I'm objecting to answering.
Okay, I'll just, unless you clarify, I'll have to assume that means you're refusing to answer based on your objection.
I'm not refusing to answering. I am objecting to answering that line of questioning.
Well, answer the question.
And please don't put words in my mouth. I am answering the question. I've answered it many times. You need to accept my answer.
Okay, Mr. Bundy. Mr. Bundy, do you have any pay stubs from Abish Espondi as a W-2 employee?
I have record of those.
Okay, where are those records reflected?
They're in the statements that I gave you.
What are the statements that you gave me?
The bank statements.
So the bank statements. So was there any employment tax paid on your behalf by Abish Espondi?
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, have you ever, you've paid employees when you had a fleet service back in Arizona, correct?
Correct.
Correct. And you paid a portion of their Social Security and they paid a portion of their Social Security. Do you recall that?
Yeah, but I don't do that for, I guess I was not a W-2 employee. I was a 1099 employee.
Okay. What records do you have relating to your 1099 employment with Abish Espondi?
Well, I've shown you the transactions that took place.
I understand that you've provided some bank statements that show that money was paid to you out of the Abish Bundy account, or to Mrs. Bundy out of the Abish Bundy account. But what I'm asking for is, do you have any payroll documentation relating to the work you did at Abish Bundy? Any 1099 forms, record of 1099 forms?
Are you asking this to verify my personal income?
I'm asking that to understand information relating to what assets you might have, Mr. Bundy?
So to verify my personal income or the assets that I personally have.
Mr. Bundy, I'm asking the question, and please answer. Are there any documents, corporate documents at Abish's Bondi, that reflect 1099 payments to you?
Well, yeah, the bank statements.
Anything other than the bank statements?
No, I don't believe so.
Did you ever submit any forms to any government entities, either in Idaho or the federal government, relating to the 1099 payments?
No.
And I guess I'm asking you individually, and then also let me ask, is Abish's Bondi, to your knowledge, did Abish's Bondi file anything with the government relating to the 1099 payments that you contend you received from Abish's Bondi?
No.
Mr. Bundy, how do we calculate how much you were paid by Abish's Bondi during the period of, let's say, 2020 through 2000, well, to present?
Well, we have a record of it. We've got
And what is the record?
the bank statements.
So how, when we look at the bank statements, do we tell that that's a payment for your work?
If you look at the transactions coming from Abish's Bondi to myself or Lisa personally, then that is a payment, and it was consistent, and it did vary and change from time to time, but it was primarily consistent.
So was Ms. Bundy? You said, I guess I'm stating, we'll get a chance to look at the records more specifically, but so we have general background. Was Mrs. Bundy an employee of Abish's Bundy?
No, not technically.
Well, why was she getting paid by Abish's Bundy?
Well, we had accounts together, and so it would be transferred into our personal account.
Okay, just let me make sure I'm understanding. So if I look at the bank statements and there's a payment to Mrs. Bundy, that's in fact a payment to you for your services. It's just going into a joint account that she also holds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So if we're to calculate your personal income from Abish's Bondi between 2021 Mr. Bundy, I just got a note. Are you streaming this live on YouTube?
Yes.
Mr. Bundy, Mr. Bundy, I don't think that that's appropriate under the rules of civil procedure. Why are you streaming it live on YouTube?
As a record.
Mr. Bundy, there is a record. That's what the court reporter's here for. Are you going to stop streaming this live, Mr. Bundy?
I object to stopping.
Well, Mr. Bundy, I really want to move this forward. You're going to have a record of this. It's problematic if you're going to stream this out and it's going to be edited or other issues are going to arise from this. Can you tell me what the purpose is of you streaming this live on YouTube?
Mostly to be public with it.
What part are you being public about?
Well, I'm streaming it live, so anybody who wants to see it can see it.
Okay. And why are you intending to make this public?
For safety reasons, for a record, for being open to the public about it. You shouldn't be surprised about that.
No. All right, Mr. Bundy. Well, I would ask you. You're gonna have a copy of it. I would ask you to stop streaming this live. Would you agree?
No, I object to that.
Okay. Let's take just a 15-minute pause. Mr. Bundy, I really don't mind if this actually goes up the public, but you're varying from my understanding of what is appropriate for an examination. I want to just check some things, and then how about we take a 10-minute break, and then I'll get back to you, okay? Let's get back in 10 minutes. Is that okay?
That's fine.
All right. So right now we're at 10:30. Just to be safe, Mr. Bundy, let's get back on at 10:45, okay?
10:45.
And you don't need to log off. I'm just going to turn off my camera and mute my screen, okay?
Very well.
And you're talking. Would you identify again, David, for the record?
What do you mean by identify David?
You said you're consulting with an individual.
I never said I was consulting.
Is he an attorney?
He already answered that. I already answered that question.
Mr. Bundy, I don't think you definitively answered it. Are you refusing to answer whether or not he's an attorney?
I think I answered that question already. He's not an attorney. That I understand.
I appreciate that clarification, Mr. Bundy. Talk to you at 10:45, okay?
Okay.
All right, the time is 10:29 a.m. off the record.
Recording stopped.
Pretty concerned about it. I guess I better.
Very fatiguing, huh?
What's that?
Exhausting process.
Yeah. I mean, it's fine. I mean, so far, I think it's gone pretty good. I think he's getting the information he wants, and hopefully we continue. But, you know, I know of no rule that keeps me from recording it. I can't see any reason why they would not want it recorded. So, I guess if he can present to me in some way how I am in violation, but I would object to that. I always find it interesting how concerned they get about the public seeing it. It just really is interesting to me.
That appears healthy to me.
Yeah.
To be public exposure.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, put it out there. Like, you know, sunlight's the best disinfectant. Why? You know, that's why the founders in the Constitution were like a fair and public trial. And they want to say, oh, well, our record, but I don't know. They can easily edit their record. They have control of it. They can easily edit it. They can easily, you know, alter it. They could also deny me receiving it, which, you know, has happened before. I mean, the FBI withheld over 3,800 files of exculpatory evidence in our case. So trusting them is something that I don't do. What is that? What amendment is that? Fifth or the Sixth Amendment? Yep. In all, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial. And I know this isn't a trial, but it's a part of the proceedings. And I think being public is the right thing to do. $45, right?
Looks so.
You need a drink or anything, Dave?
Got some water, thanks.
I think when we start having it down, I thought it wouldn't be, but it actually is worse. I'm gonna plug you in, plug the phone in while we're waiting. But it will continue on, so just so everybody knows. Just plug the phone in. That's all I'm doing, so hang tight. It says they'll be back at 10:45, 9 minutes. What's that?
The please.
Oh, just right here. Garbage is right there. Well, what do you think so far?
Miserable, painful process, and need more transparency and a strong and authoritative resistance are correcting.
Well, almost every question that he has asked, I've already provided to him. Now I get it, they want it on record, and that's fine. But I've been very transparent with them, you know. And I give my reasons why, and so, yeah. And I'm swallowing the fact that this is just all theft to begin with, you know, that I'm communicating with a thief in the process of him stealing my property. So that's very difficult. So.
I think the case needs to be well explained that this is a peacemaker enduring the violations, part of what the Christian virtues require.
Yeah. Well, I think we'll do that. I think I'll do that if I get an opportunity. I'll explain that. I think you're right.
And that there's a limit to how much it is proper to allow unrepented violations.
They're supposed to be back on in 3 minutes.
Can I wash my hands?
What's that?
Can I wash my hands?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Those are not all our walled art, but still pretty good. This one here, I thought about putting, I never want to remember.
Is that a lot to remember?
No. This is not that bad, but I thought about putting remember.
I think it's strongest and best leaders are forged in adversity, oftentimes.
Yeah, if you can endure,
Yeah.
that's what it comes down to, really, just enduring. I guess they're back on here, so I can get back on here.
Mr. Bundy, you back?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Bundy, I don't know whether or not it's proper for you to be live streaming this via YouTube. So we have asked the court for guidance, but I do want to just proceed because I do want to move through this. And we are objecting, especially objecting that you did not tell us that you were streaming this before we started. Can you explain to me why? Let's go back on the record, David.
Stand by.
Recording in progress.
All right, the time is 10:46 a.m. Back on the record.
So, Mr. Bundy, as I said off the record, we'll go and proceed. I think we put in a call to the court whether the court has any concerns about you live streaming it on YouTube. But let me ask you this: why didn't you tell me that you were live streaming this on YouTube?
I didn't think I had any obligation to tell you.
Do you think that was honest to not tell me that you were live streaming on YouTube?
I don't think it was dishonest. I didn't even
Well, as an
consider
upright,
it.
forthright man, do you think that was an honest thing for you to do to just not tell us you were live streaming on YouTube?
This is a public proceeding. You're recording it.
So do you feel like you were being honest in deceiving me about whether or not you were streaming this on YouTube?
I was in no way deceiving you.
Mr. Bundy, you stated earlier that you didn't pay federal taxes because you've been incarcerated. Income taxes, is that correct?
No.
Why did you not pay state income taxes to Idaho while you were a resident, given that Idaho never incarcerated you?
I was incarcerated in Idaho several times.
So you didn't pay state taxes in Idaho because you were incarcerated?
That's not what I said.
Well, why did you not pay state income taxes in Idaho while you were a citizen?
I don't really have an answer for that exactly. I have reasons.
Well, I'm sorry, go ahead, sir. You hadn't completed your answer.
No, go ahead.
No, why did you not pay state income taxes in Idaho while you were a state resident?
I have, I guess, several reasons. But ultimately, I believe that they're voluntary, and beyond that, I invoke the fifth.
You're invoking the fifth on why you didn't pay state income taxes in Idaho?
Yeah.
Okay. You want to provide any explanation as to why you didn't pay state income taxes in Idaho? To the people that you're streaming this to?
Sure. I love how you.
You're under oath.
I understand. I know I'm under oath, and I'm glad that you are exposing yourself to the real reason why St. Luke's came to sue me. And I point out that, and I point this out. No, I'm answering the question. You're going to let me answer this question.
You're not.
Yeah. So as soon as it gets a little bit bad for you, let me ask, how much does St. Luke's pay in income taxes?
Is that why you didn't pay state income taxes?
How much does St. Luke's pay in income tax? You hypocrite.
Mr. Bundy?
They literally are the largest employer, controls the entire government of Idaho, and they don't pay a dime of taxes.
Mr. Bundy, that's not false. There's public filings regarding all the financials regarding St. Luke's.
I know. I'm just telling you
Mr. Bundy,
that we're finally getting down to the real reason why this entire proceeding has gone on.
there's a concept in the law that you cannot break the law and then concurrently take advantage of the protections of the law. And it's a concept that we're exploring here because it's an issue as to whether or not you can try to protect yourself through bankruptcy proceedings while concurrently disobeying the law, flouting the warrants that are out for you in Idaho, and other violations. And we'll submit a brief to the court on that. But these are valid questions regarding your activity. It's also important for us to know whether or not you were intentionally not paying taxes in Idaho in order to conceal your income, which is relevant to the issues here.
Well, I did not intentionally not pay income tax in Idaho to conceal my income.
Why did you intentionally not pay taxes in Idaho then, if it wasn't to conceal your income?
So you have done very well in articulating the reason why I should invoke the fifth.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
good. All right, Mr. Bundy. Are there any records of Abish's Bundy paying any type of use tax or any other type of taxes that apply to corporate entities?
I do not know.
Okay. Well, who was responsible for the bookkeeping at Abish's Bundy while you were in Idaho?
Primarily myself.
Well, other than primarily yourself, who was involved? Was there well, let me ask it better. Was there anybody other than yourself responsible for handling the finances of Abish's Bundy?
Let me think through the years. One other individual.
Who was that person?
He was an accountant. He's actually listed, but I can't remember his name right now. Hang on one sec. If you want me to look for it, I can look for it. Otherwise, the answer is I can't remember his name right now.
Okay. So, Mr. Bundy, at a break, maybe we can get the name of the accountant. But can you tell me during which time period we're talking about that the accountant was involved?
Just recently.
Okay.
2020,
So
2023. But he was, responsible to looking up, the last 7 years.
Okay, fair enough. And I believe, I know the individual. We'll get to his file in a bit. So just so I can get kind of a cleaner record. Prior to the accountant getting involved and reviewing Abish's Bundy's finances in or around late 2024, had anybody other than yourself been involved in Abish's Bundy's finances?
I don't believe so.
So you were solely responsible for whether or not the corporate entity that you were operating out of Idaho was paying federal and state taxes?
I, again, appreciate you articulating what you took earlier and will invoke on that.
Invoke what?
The fifth.
Invoke the Fifth Amendment. Why is it that you believe that you'll be subject to criminal prosecution if you answer that question?
That's not what I am saying.
Well, Mr. Bundy, part of, as you know, because we went through this drill before, when you invoke the Fifth Amendment for all sorts of reasons, I need to inquire as to why you're providing this so we can get the issue teed up for the court. So what is the potential criminal liability that you're concerned of that causes you to plead the Fifth Amendment when I ask you whether or not you were solely responsible for whether or not Abish's Bundy made any federal or state tax filings?
The fifth is the right not to be a witness against myself. That's what I am doing.
Okay. All right, Mr. Bundy.
Doesn't mean that I am guilty. It doesn't mean that I am, afraid of prosecution. It doesn't mean any of that.
Mr.
It
Bundy.
just simply
Mr.
means
Bundy.
that I am refusing to be a possible witness against myself.
Regarding what type of issue, Mr. Bundy? That's the part we need to clarify.
Well, I'll clarify that with the court, but not you.
What is the criminal prosecution that you're concerned of by answering the question as to why, when you were solely responsible for the financials of Abish's Bundy, you did not pay taxes to either the federal government or the state of Idaho?
Well, I'm not answering that here, but it's not prosecution that I am concerned with.
What is it that
I
you're concerned
refuse
with?
to
It's
be a
not criminal
witness
prosecution.
against myself
Mr.
for
Bundy,
any
you
reason.
realize-
And I
don't
can
know.
address that with the court. I'm not addressing that with you.
Are
We're
you
not going to go
concerned
down
about
to this.
criminal prosecution? Are you
What?
concerned about criminal prosecution regarding answering that question?
I'm not answering that question.
Okay. All right, Mr. Bundy, you pled the fifth enough that I think you should know kind of the process for us to get that framed for the court.
Yeah, and I'm
So,
fine with
Mr.
that. I
Bundy,
have no
Mr.
problem
Bundy.
standing in front of the court and you know, and if the court requires me to disclose those things, then there can be possible immunity there. And I mean, that's just the way it goes.
Well, let's get to the questions that the court specifically directed you to answer based on your prior and failing to answer based on the fifth. What did Mr. Jones provide in exchange for his shares in Abish's Bondi?
Many hours of software development.
Okay. Why is it that shares were not transferred in Abish's Bondi until after you were sued by St. Luke's?
I don't believe I testified that was the timing of it.
Well, what actions did you take after you were sued by St. Luke's to conceal assets from St. Luke's?
I don't even know how I would answer that question.
Well, Mr. Bundy, you went, and we can go to the video. You made a public statement, and we can play it if you'd like, that you were going to be taking actions to conceal your assets from St. Luke's, and that's why the litigation was underway. So what actions did you take once St. Luke's had sued you to conceal your assets from St. Luke's?
Well, I transferred my home to a friend, and see if I did anything else. I mean, I think there was a few other things. That was the primary thing that I did. I transferred my home to my friend.
What were the few other things you did, Mr. Bundy, to conceal assets from St. Luke's?
I mean, I really don't know the details of, I just know that, like, just recently I've tried to, keep as much money as I can out of bank accounts and that kind of stuff, so you guys can't seize them, which you already did, but I've had to run on, rather than opening new bank accounts, I've had to run on just cash so that you don't keep stealing money from me.
Mr. Bundy, nobody's stolen money from you. Move to strike it. You know that's pursuant to court orders. Mr. Bundy, did you transfer 750,000 shares in Abish's Bondi to Global Services in order to conceal those assets from St. Luke's?
I gave him those shares and then he gave them back, as you know.
Why did you give him those shares in exchange for what?
I was hoping that he would hold them and that they would be more secure in his care, and then he gave them back to me.
So when you say you would hope that Mr. Branson and or Global would hold those shares in his care, don't you really mean you were just trying to conceal them from St. Luke's?
Well, that's what you might interpret them as.
Well, what would you interpret as? What purpose, if any, is there possibly exist for you to transfer a vast majority of the shares in Abish's Bondi, an entity that you said is worth $8 million or so, or had assets worth about $8 million? Why would you transfer a vast majority of your shares to Global Trading in exchange for nothing to a friend who was working on your campaign and getting paid by your campaign if you were doing something other than trying to conceal those assets from St. Luke's?
Well, I know you disagree with this being theft, but it is. And my effort here is to, peacefully get through this, even though you have stolen, tremendous amount from me.
My question, sir,
But-
is why did you transfer it to them if there was a reason other than concealing it from St. Louis?
So there are many reasons why shares are transferred.
In exchange for nothing? Millions of dollars worth of shares are transferred for nothing to a friend who's working on your campaign. And he's testified that he was asked by you to conceal those assets.
And
he testified to that, did he?
And he returned them.
But you know that Mr. Branson has testified under oath that you colluded with him to transfer those assets to Global Trading in order to conceal them from St. Louis. He testified to that, correct?
Yeah, and I have also addressed this in that same document. I mean, this is nothing that I have not already brought to light.
Mr. Bundy, when did you get those assets transferred back to you by Mr. Branson because he was afraid that he was going to get caught up in a criminal conspiracy with you? When did you get those back?
If you want me to look for the date, I will.
Sure.
Hang on one sec. I'm getting close. Hang on. So it looks like sometime around July of 2022.
So in July of 2022, you knew that Mr. Branson was no longer willing to go along with your effort to conceal assets with Global Trading. You understood that, correct? In 2022.
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, you ended up signing an agreement, an estoppel agreement that was drafted by Mr. Branson's attorney because they were concerned that you would drag them into a criminal conspiracy. You understood that, correct?
That had nothing to do with the shares.
You understood that was their position, correct?
That had nothing to do with the shares.
Answer me. Did you understand that was their position?
I am answering you. That had nothing to do with the shares.
So explain to me the timing of this. If you knew in July of 2022 that Mr. Branson, as part of Global Trading, had disavowed participating in a scheme by you to conceal assets and had returned the shares, why is it that you contended in bankruptcy filings in 2024 that Global Trading owned those assets?
Because I believed they did.
So you believe, even though that they'd given the shares back to you, said that they were not going to participate, Global Trading did, and said they were not going to participate in any scheme, potentially criminal, to hide assets, you still felt it was proper to tell the bankruptcy court that Global Trading owned those shares, and you did not.
That is not even accurate. The way
Well,
you.
what did you indicate to the court? And we can pull up the filing as to who owned shares in Abish's Bundy when you filed for bankruptcy.
So I'm again going to have to reference my record here. So I could either.
Mr. Bundy, I want you to answer the question.
I'm going to answer the question according.
Bundy, please answer the question. I don't want you just to read speeches from prior pleadings. What was the basis for you to represent to the bankruptcy court that Global Trading owned shares in Abish's Bundy when you filed your file for bankruptcy in 2024?
So I transferred those shares, believing that I had absolute authority to do so.
And you transferred them for nothing, correct?
No, not exactly. But I
Well, what did you
transferred
well, let's pause right there. What did you transfer the shares for?
mostly to shield them.
Well, other than to shield them, what did you transfer them for?
To shield them.
Did you get anything other than hiding the assets? Any benefit other than hiding the assets from St. Luke's in exchange for purporting to transfer them to Global Trading?
Though the benefit was to secure them.
To conceal them from
I
St.
mean, it's the
Luke's?
same thing as if I was putting my money in a bank account.
Okay. So, Mr. Bundy, and you knew that Global had rejected keeping those shares in 2022, correct?
No, he had returned the certificate. That is it.
Okay. So you believed that Global Trading, who paid nothing for the shares, was stuck with those shares to help you conceal them up to the time that you filed the bankruptcy.
I believe
2024.
I believe I had an obligation to uphold their ownership of them.
Despite the fact that they had told you that they did not want to be involved in a criminal enterprise with you?
That is never what they told me.
Well,
I mean, that's your words. That's your words.
You signed an estoppel certificate signed by their attorney, and that will speak for itself, correct?
Yeah, and that has nothing to do with the shares.
Okay. So what is the factual basis for you representing to the court that you were not a majority, that Global Trading owned shares? I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. That Global Trading owned shares in Abish's Bundy at the time you filed bankruptcy.
Either way, whether Global owned them or not, they were not mine.
Okay.
They came out of the corporate trust. They went to Global. They were returned and went back to the corporate trust.
So the shares that you had tried to foist onto Global Trading had been returned and were in the corporate trust at the time of your bankruptcy filing. Is that your testimony?
What was the word you used?
Foist onto Global Trading.
I'm not sure what the definition of that term.
Fair enough. I'll change the terms if you don't understand the word foist. So is it your contention that the shares that had been rejected by Global Trading and returned in 2022 were in the Abish Hezbondi, and to use your word, corporate chest at the time of your bankruptcy filing?
I didn't say chest. I said trust. That may not be the right terminology. I know there is I think there's a certain terminology, but basically they're owned and in the possession of Abish Hezbondi.
Okay. So, in other words, at the time that you filed the bankruptcy, you would concede that the only shareholders in Abish Hezbondi were yourself, and then you purport Mr. Jones and your son's own shares, correct?
No.
Did you consult any attorneys regarding any of these maneuvers that you made regarding transferring the assets to Global Trading and then still filing the bankruptcy court representing that Global Trading owned those shares?
From time to time, I've talked to different attorneys.
Okay, are you pleading attorney-client client privilege with regard to those communications?
Yeah, I would always plead that.
Okay, and so part of identifying the attorney-client privilege is for you to identify who you spoke to and when. Could you identify the attorneys that you spoke to regarding this scheme whereby you sent a vast majority of the Abish Hezbondi shares to Global Trading in order to conceal them from St. Luke's?
I object to your more wording on that.
Okay, I'll
I've
use your
been
word.
I've been very very clear what happened.
So, did you
As
consult any attorneys
as a
on
you
your
know as
effort?
the corporate officer president, I had an obligation to try to secure those shares. It wasn't some scheme. It wasn't anything that I was doing illegal. It wasn't anything like you're trying to portray it.
Sure.
And
Mr. Bundy,
so,
Mr. Bundy,
you
who
could,
were the officers in Abish's Bundy? I think you just identified that you were all of the officers. Have there been any officers other than yourself in Abish's Bundy since that entity has existed?
no,
Okay. I also note, and we can go to the document if you want, that when you sent the shares to Global Trading, you wrote non-voting on them. Do you recall that?
no.
Okay. We'll take a look at that. Who had voting rights with regard to shares at Abish Bundy, for Abish's Bundy?
I'm unsure of that. I don't really know, like, exactly how that works, to be honest with you.
Did anybody other than you ever make corporate decisions for Abish's Bundy?
No,
So is it fair to say that you made all corporate decisions for Abish's Bundy regarding disbursement of the funds and transferring to Global Trading and any other moves that you made with the business?
I don't
You
know
were
that
solely responsible
I don't
for
know that that's accurate to say because there was agreements that we made, for example, with Nate about how the shares would be and distributions and so forth. So no, I don't think that is accurate to
Did
say
Mr.
that I made
Jones agree
all.
did Mr. Jones agree to take Abish's Bundy shares in order to conceal them from St. Luke's?
No,
Have you spoken to Mr. Jones regarding Abish's Bundy within the last couple of months?
I think it's been a little further than a couple months.
Isn't it fair to say Mr. Jones has made no attempt in these bankruptcy proceedings to assert any rights to Abish's Bundy?
I do not know what he has done or has not done.
All right. What do you have any estimate as to what the value of Abish's Bundy as an entity, not just on a per share basis, but as an entity was at the time that you transferred the shares to Global Trading?
What the value of the shares were?
No, sir. I'll ask the question hopefully so it's clear.
Okay.
What was the value of Abish's Bundy, the entity, at the time that you transferred shares to Global Trading in 2022, I believe?
I'm actually uncertain of that. I don't think I could accurately answer that question.
Did you ever do any valuation of Abish's Bundy?
No, only its assets that, from time to time, and they're very loose.
Did Abish's Bundy make any loans to your Bundy for Governor campaign?
I don't recall. I'm not sure.
Is it fair to say
How
that
that happened.
payments out of your Abish's Bundy account were going into your campaign?
Yes, that is fair to say.
And is it fair to say that money from your campaign was going back to Abish's Bundy?
Well, I know that the campaign was renting space from Abish Haswandi.
But there were loans made to the campaign, and those loans were made from the Abish's Bundy accounts, correct?
I know that that's all public record, but I'm not exactly sure how that took place, to be honest with you. So I don't.
Well, I'm not sure that the bank statements reflecting payments to your campaign from Abish's Bundy are a public record. So let me just ask you that one more time, give you a chance to answer it. Isn't it true that payments, loans to your Bundy for Governor campaign were coming out of the Abish's Bundy accounts?
So my answer to that is it is public record because all of the transactions in the campaign are public records recorded with the Secretary of State of Idaho. And to answer the question is, I'm not sure.
Well, the campaign reflects you personally making loans to the Bundy campaign, but those were actually coming out of Amish's Bundy's accounts, weren't they?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you.
Do you have any understanding as to why that's potentially inappropriate to represent loans to your account coming from you when you're actually diverting money from your business?
Can you rephrase that question?
Sure. Do you have any understanding as to why it might be inappropriate for you to reflect on campaign funding disclosures in 2023 while you were being sued by St. Luke's that you were making personal loans to your campaign when in fact that money was coming out of the Avish's Bundy accounts?
I'm not sure that you are articulating that correctly. Like, I'm not sure that the way you're saying that is accurate.
Can you testify one way or another? Well, let me ask you this. Can you testify under oath that no loans made in your name to your campaign came from Avish's Bundy accounts?
No, I can't, because I do not know. I'm unsure of that.
Isn't it fair to say that one way to conceal assets from St. Luke's during the latter stages of your campaign for governor, when there was already a judgment against you, would be to take assets from Avish's Bundy and then represent those to be personal loans to your campaign?
I'm not sure what the advantage to that would be. I've never crossed my mind.
Who was in charge of the Bundy for governor campaign after Mr. Whalen left? Funds.
Well, I was always in charge of it. I'm the candidate, and I was always in charge of it. I had a treasurer, and then I think after the campaign was over, then we closed the account, or I'm not exactly how that'll happen, but I know we did it according to the law from the Secretary of State of Idaho, and we've followed every rule and crossed every T and dotted every I that we believed.
We'll let the disclosures in the bank accounts speak for that. Mr. Bundy, let me ask you a question that was raised last time when you pled the Fifth Amendment. Can you explain to me Can you explain to me whether or not you received anything personally from Global Investments in exchange for in exchange for the shares that you transferred from Avish's Bundy to Global Trading?
So can you rephrase that question?
Sure. Did you receive anything personally from Global Investments in exchange for any shares that were transferred from Avish's Bundy to Global Trading?
And I apologize, I'm not trying to be difficult, but could you ask the question one more time?
Sure. We'd addressed some questions as to whether Avish's Bundy got anything in exchange for the shares. Correct?
Okay, correct. Yes.
The shares that were transferred to Well, let me just make sure I'm understanding. The shares that were transferred to Global Trading were shares that you owned prior to the transfer to Global Trading, correct?
No.
I think the concern is that it is not.
Mr. Bundy, who's that speaking in the background?
That's David.
Okay, we just asked him to keep it down so the record doesn't get muddied.
No problem. He's on the phone, but I think he's leaving the room.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so did you receive anything personally? That's what I'm trying to get. You, Ammon Bundy, did you receive anything personally from Global Trading in exchange for transferring those Avish's Bundy shares to Global Trading?
No, I do not believe so.
So you didn't get paid anything at all, correct?
I do not believe so, no.
Did you get paid, isn't it true that you also had Global Trading or Rebecca Branson buy shares in her name using your money in an investment in order to conceal that money from St. Luke's?
No. I don't believe that
The investment
terminology is correct. I don't believe
the
that
investment was made in her name, correct?
it was.
Okay. It was using your money, correct?
Hang on one sec. I am not sure about the term using my money. So
Okay,
give
let me
a
ask
sec.
you this then. Where did the money come from? Did it come from either you or Abish's body that was transferred to Rebecca Branson for her in order for her to make a stock investment in excess of $100,000?
That came from the sale of Valet Fleet Service.
Okay. So that was your personal funds then?
Well, Valet Fleet Service was an LLC with 2 members. So I'm not sure exactly how that would be considered.
Okay. But once you sold Valet Fleet Services, you individually took that money, correct?
I'm not sure exactly how that was transferred.
Well, how did you deal with it on taxes? Did you file income taxes for yourself relating to the money that was transferred to you from the sale of Valet Fleet Services?
I have already answered that question.
So did you?
No.
Okay. Well, when did the sale of Valet Fleet Services occur?
It actually happened in 2019.
2019.
Early 2019.
And how much profit did you make off that sale?
I'm not sure what you mean by profit because it was a sale of business. It did take, they paid a down payment and then they paid in payments and then they stopped paying. So there was some litigation that went on for a few years and then they finally paid. When they finally paid that final amount, with that final amount was the portion that part of that was what I bought shares with using Rebecca's name, and that's how it went down.
And about how much money was that you eventually realized from the sale of Valet Fleet Services?
I think give me just one second. I think I have it recorded here, if you don't mind. Okay. Got it here somewhere, but okay, here we go. I'm close to it. I have here in this document again, the one we talked about, docket 253, I say 130,000. I think that's accurate.
That's how much money was transferred to Rebecca Hansen for investment in her name, correct?
That's correct.
My question was different. My question was, how much did you realize? How much money did you make from the sale of Valet Fleet Services?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't understand your question. The original sell was 700,000. I think they gave me 180,000 down. This was again in early 2019, and I think they gave me 180,000. And then again, I kind of object to this, but it's fine. And then they paid payments, I think, for like 10 months. Then they stopped paying payments. So then I had to hire an attorney, and we went through 2 or 3 years of litigation. And finally, I think settled for, I can't remember exactly. You know,
Ballpark's fine, Mr. Bundy. Ballpark's fine.
I want to say like 160,000 or something. Can't hold me to that, but I think it was like
So
160,000.
700,000 plus an additional 160.
Well, 700. Then they gave me 180 down. Then they paid me payments for almost a year, and then after the litigation, I think there ended up being like another 160 that they finally gave me to settle the deal.
Okay, so somewhere in excess of $1 million.
No, I don't know where you're getting that. Maybe
Well,
I'm just,
I'm just
maybe I'm not being clear. The sell
Well,
amount was 700,000.
Oh, okay.
They give me 180,000 down, if I remember correctly. Then they paid payments for nearly a year. And then there was litigation because they stopped paying. And the final payment, which came about by a settlement agreement, was I think around $160,000.
I appreciate that clarification. I was adding the $700,000 to the other amounts.
Yeah.
I understand. So, where did I understand you didn't pay any income tax on those receipts, correct? Either federal or to the state of Idaho.
That is not correct. That's not what I testified to.
Did you file income tax returns reflecting those payments?
I have answered this question about Arizona previously.
Okay. But not the federal government.
I actually am unsure about that.
Okay. So where did the money go, Mr. Bundy? Where did that money go? The funds from Fleet go? I understand a portion of it went to having Rebecca Branson make an investment for you in her name. Where else? Where did the rest of the money go?
I am unsure about that. It's not fresh on my mind. I was always looking for, new investments, and I may have deposited into the ABISH portion. I am not sure. I'm actually not sure. I'd have to review the bank statements to verify what I did with that.
Mr. Bundy, do you still have in your possession or control any of the $487,000 that was transferred to you by Mr. Branson and or Global Trading on January 5th, 2024?
Yes.
What portion of the $487,000 do you still have under your custody and control?
Let me check here. I did address that. Hang on one sec. Oh.
Mr. Bundy, can you just answer the question?
No, I can't. I don't know the amount.
Okay. Well, go ahead. What are you referring to, just so the record's clear?
I'm referring to the response to the many St. Luke's motions trying to destitute Ammon Bundy and his family, where I disclosed all of this information. And I did
Mr.
so
Bundy,
to...
You understand we need to, and we're getting a lot additional information too, that we need to have you clarify under oath what you said. You didn't make that under oath, and it's vague and it's full of a lot of rhetoric. I'm asking you a straightforward question. I really don't want you to read a speech to me. Do you still have any of that $487,000 under your custody and control?
I already answered that.
And how much is it?
I am looking. Approximately 200,000.
Okay. is that $200,000?
It's in my possession, and that is Abish Bondi funds. They're not personal funds of mine.
So you have an account with $200,000 in it that you contend is held by Abish Bondi.
I did not say an account.
Well, where's the money, sir?
I have it
Is
in
it-
my possession.
So in your possession, is it in a safe somewhere? Or what do you mean by in your possession?
It's in my possession.
So you have $200,000 in cash in your possession. Did you reflect that at all on your bankruptcy filings?
I think you're trying to spin
Did you,
this.
sir?
It
My
is.
question is, did you reflect on your bankruptcy filings that you have $200,000 cash in your possession?
I was not required to. This is corporate funds. They're not my funds. I filed bankruptcy personally. These are
the
not
sale-
my funds.
Mr. Bundy, how are those corporate funds? How is the $487,000 that was paid to you based on the sale of a residence that you personally owned, corporate Abish Bondi funds?
I loaned the money from Abish Bondi.
Where's a contract reflecting a loan from Abish Bondi to who? Who? By the way, who was this loan from Abish Bondi to?
It was the loan was to Ammon and Lisa Bundy. And then we paid off the home and gave a loan to Jane Venezuela. And that is all documented, recorded. And the promise was when she paid off that loan that I would pay Abish Bondi back.
Okay, Mr. Bundy, I want to make sure I'm tracking this. She paid off the loan after the judgment for St. Luke's was in place, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you knew that there was a $53 million judgment against you personally at the time that you received $487,000 for the sale of a residence in Arizona that was in your individual name, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you have not produced any documents showing any loan from Abish Bondi to you and your wife, have you?
I do not believe so.
Was there ever a written contract reflecting a loan from Abish Bondi to you and your wife of, it sounds like about $500,000?
No.
Okay. And who was it at Abish Bondi? Which of the shareholders at Abish Bondi decided and authorized a loan to you personally of $500,000?
I believe that this loan, well, I'll have to check, but I believe it was done before there were other shareholders.
So you, as the sole shareholder of Abish Bondi, contend that you made a loan without any documentation to you and your wife personally. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that there was nothing illegal or unethical about that at all.
Okay, and what were the terms of the loan that you authorized as a sole shareholder without any paperwork whatsoever to you and your wife personally?
That when I was paid off, that we would pay the loan to Abish.
And was it a no interest loan?
It was a no interest loan.
Where is that written down in that there was a no interest loan that you as a sole shareholder of Abish Bundy authorized to give to yourself?
I already gave you that answer. There is no
So,
documentation.
No writing?
No, it's not
Is
in
it fair to
writing.
say this is just something that's in your head? Reflected?
No, it's reflected in the transactions.
Well, there's certainly a bank statement that shows money going to you from an account that you use for both personal and business purposes.
Well,
But there's no other record?
So there is a record of a transaction going from Abish Bondi Inc. to my personal account, as a loan. It's a large amount of money to
Where's-
pay, and
where's-
then you'll see the transaction pay off the home.
When you say this, Mr. Bundy, you're just talking about numbers on bank statements, correct? I just want to make sure we're talking about. There's no contracts. There's no other paperwork. Just bank statement numbers, correct? You're moving money around your different accounts, correct?
Well, no, that's not correct.
Well, were you the individual who authorized moving? Well, let me back up so I make sure I know. What is the amount of this loan that you contend that you agreed to give to yourself as a sole shareholder of Abish's Bundy with no terms other than it would get paid back someday at no interest?
So there were terms.
What were the terms?
The terms was when she paid off the loan, which was agreed to as a short-term loan to her, then the amount that was owed to Abish would be paid, and that's exactly what happened.
Just so we're clear, I just don't want to get confused here. You say there were terms. There are terms that you say were just in your head, right? They weren't written down anywhere. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay.
And they're very evident.
isn't it
I
true?
am not done answering that question.
Sure.
Please stop
My
interrupting
question,
me.
but I wanna
No,
make sure
I
you
am
have
not
the
done
question.
answering that
The
question.
question was, those were just terms in your head and not written down anywhere, correct?
Yes, but they are very evident in the transactions.
Okay, Mr. Rowe. And just so we're clear, any monies that came out of those accounts that you contend were Abish's Bundy, whether it was paying for Jimmy John's or, we can go through it, Chinese food, personal credit cards, you're contending all of those were Abish's Bundy expenditures?
I don't know what transactions you're talking about.
Well, who was in control of the Abish's Bundy accounts at Clarity Bank, Mountain America, and Wells Fargo?
I was.
Okay, so you're solely responsible for all of the activity in that account. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. I think responsible for the day-to-day transactions, yes.
So when I'm jumping now to when you contend that you took $200,000 cash and now have it, I guess, in a safe somewhere, but it's purportedly Abish's Bundy's money.
Correct.
Why was there not a distribution to anybody else who's a shareholder?
Because it hasn't been distributed.
Why hasn't it been distributed?
We haven't distributed it. We haven't done.
Have you talked to Mr. Jones about the fact that he's purportedly a shareholder and you're keeping $200,000 in cash that you now contend is Abish's Bundy money in a safe at your house?
I do not now contend that.
Did you ever tell Mr. Jones about this scheme?
I object to your terminology.
Did you ever tell Mr. Jones about this loan scheme?
I object to your terminology.
You can object, but please answer the question.
I can't answer the question.
Did you ever tell Mr. Jones that you're holding $200,000 in cash?
I am not sure whether I discussed the amount or not.
So you're contending, even though he's a majority shareholder, you didn't have any obligation to tell him how much money you're purportedly holding in cash in your safe on behalf of Abish's Bundy.
I never said that at all.
Well, what did you tell him?
I've been pretty open with him about all the processes that I've gone through. I haven't in any way tried to hide anything from him or...
Well, do you think Mr. Jones would make himself available to testify regarding these transactions?
I have no idea. I can't...
Well, could I ask you if you would request that he make himself available to testify regarding this?
You can ask.
Well, would you?
Ask him?
No, I'm asking you, just so we can move this forward. Will you tell your friend that it would be helpful to have him testify under oath regarding these transactions?
Helpful for you or helpful for me?
Helpful at getting to the truth, Mr. Bundy.
I could tell him that, sure.
All right, appreciate it. So that's you you said now that there's $200,000 in cash in your possession out of the $487,000 related to the sale of the home that you owned in Arizona. Where's the rest of the money?
Related to the loan that was paid back to Abish.
The 400 and, well, I think it's disputable as to whether it was a loan, but let's just keep in terms of the number. There was a $487,000 payment based on the sale of your home in Arizona. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I think you testified that you personally possess or have in your possession and control $200,000 of that $487,000, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Where's the other $287,000?
I used a portion of the funds to catch up on several business expenses that need to be done.
Which business? I'm sorry, go ahead.
And the balance I transferred to Cedar City, Utah Mountain America business account.
Okay. How much of money is in the Cedar City Mountain business account?
None. I don't. Well, actually, you may know that better than me. You seized that account.
Okay, so let's back up because I want to understand better your prior to the testimony you just provided.
You still there?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the transcript so I make sure I understand what you testified because I've got some follow-up questions about that.
Okay.
You stated, my question was about where's the other $287,000 go? You say a portion of the funds was used to catch up on several business expenses that needed to be done. So if we could pause just right there, could you explain to me what the several business expenses were that you needed to catch up on?
There was a whole slew. I know that there was a significant amount of property taxes that we pay every year. There was improvements on the warehouse. We were remodeling, in the middle of remodeling the warehouse, so there was a good amount of expenses there. And just, the day-to-day normal expenses of keeping the lights on, paying the power bills, and all of that.
So where would we go as far as documents to identify exactly what was paid and for what out of those funds that you're talking about?
We could identify them in the bank statements.
In the bank statements.
Correct.
Do you have a sense for how much of that $287,000 went to this expenditure that you say was catching up on business expenses?
Yeah, I could do a little bit of the math if you want me to. Give me just a
Sure.
second.
And it'll be helpful, Mr. Bundy, to speed things up. When you say you're doing the math, if you could tell me what you're referring to in order to do the math?
Well, just the balances, and just
When
make
you
the
say the
balances.
balances, sir, are you referring to a document that I can follow along with?
Yeah, it is titled "The Response to the Many St. Luke's Motions Seeking to Destitute Ammon Bundy and His Family," where all of this was
No, I'm talking about bank
disclosed.
statements, Mr. Bundy. I think you told me that the only financial records for Abish Bundy dealings are we need to look at bank statements. So where are the bank statements that you're referring to?
You have them. They're in your possession.
Okay, so did you look at the bank statements in order to come up with this calculation as to how much of the $487,000 you contend after it was distributed to you was used to pay several business expenses for Abish's Bundy?
No, I did not use the bank statements for that.
Okay, how did you come up with that number?
Well, I have the total, and then I have the balances of what is left, and that's where I come up with that amount.
When you say you have the total, just I want to track with you the steps. What total are you talking about?
The $487,167.36.
I appreciate it. And then what are the balances that you have that you use to subtract down to the number?
Well, the 200 that I have,
Okay.
and then the 215,000 that I purchased materials, intellectual property, and a domain for.
Okay. Were those disclosed on the bankruptcy filing?
No, these are all corporate transactions.
But I thought you said you don't own Abish's Bundy anymore. So who owns this intellectual property and stuff? Are you contending that? Are you agreeing that, given that St. Luke's now owns the shares of Abish's Bundy, it also owns these assets?
What I'm saying is that
That's my question, sir. Are these $215,000? Are these assets owned by Abish's Bundy, or are they owned by you?
they're owned by Abish's Bundy.
Okay. So in other words, as the shareholder, if St. Luke's rightfully owns Abish's Bundy shares, that those assets should be given to St. Luke's, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
If you owned them.
Okay. And so the $215,000, and I interrupted with those questions to understand the 215. So to back up and let you finish your calculation, we started with 487. We subtracted $200,000 for the cash you have in your possession. We subtracted $215,000 for a purchase made on behalf of assets on behalf of Abish's Bundy, correct?
I believe correct, yes.
Okay. Any other math that we need to do in order to get down to the amount that you contend was spent on several business expenses?
No. That's,
Okay.
it's, pretty general, but that is accurate.
Okay, so basically 415,000 from 487, correct?
Hang on one sec. So you're saying, to understand correctly, so 487, just a little over 487. You're what? The question is what?
We're trying to get down to that amount, sir, that you contend was used on business expenses and that needed to be done. So I took the $200,000 that you have cash in your possession, the $215,000 that you contend were assets purchased for Abish's Bundy, gets me to 415, and then I subtract that from 487. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So that then leaves us with the amount that you contend was spent on several business expenses.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Where would we be able to track those several business expenses? Would we be able to see them in the bank statements?
Yes, I've already answered that question.
Okay. I just want to make sure. And what's the time frame for those expenditures so we can kind of narrow in on the bank statements?
Well, it would be from the period of time of when I received it, which was, let me see, January. See if this is correct. So January. January 4th, right around there, I think is what I'm saying. I believe that's when the 2024 to the time they were transferred. Let's see. January 24. I mean, I think I need to reference the estoppel and to give you that date exactly when I got it. So I could do that if you give me time.
If you just pause for a second, sir, I'll put it up on the share screen, okay?
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Bundy, here, I'll share the screen. Can you see that now, sir?
I do not see it. Oh, there we go. Now I see it.
Okay, and just for the record,
It's pretty small, so hang on, let me.
I'd like to make this. I think we're at only at exhibit number 2, if I recall correctly. So, Mr. Bundy, I'd like to make as exhibit number 2 to your examination the document here that's labeled as stopped certificate, release, and waiver recitals. And I also will note that it was exhibit 6 in Tom Branson's deposition. So,
Okay.
Mr. Bundy, would you identify, just for the record, what exhibit 2 to your deposition is?
This is a stop certificate, release of waiver. Tom Branson had this money. They were handling the I don't know the exact terminology, but they were basically handling the managing of the loan that I gave to Jane Venezuela. This was something that they did. They had a mortgage company, and so they offered to do this service for me. So when she paid the amount, rather than going directly to me, it went to their company, GT&I, and that's how it ended up in their bank account. And then what happened was he refused to pay me that back, and held it for, I don't know, many, many months. And in order for me to get it out of his possession, they wanted me to sign this release waivers, making it so that they're not legally accountable for any of the money.
Okay, and the date on this document, and I'm going to scroll down, sir, so you've got the date of the signing, because I know that you wanted to kind of orient yourself as to when money got distributed. You see that, sir? It's now it is page 2 of 3 of the exhibit number 2. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that you and your wife have both signed?
That's correct.
And you signed on the 5th of January 2004, correct?
That's correct.
So, well after St. Luke's had his judgment against you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And to get back, we'll come back to the waiver, I think, here in a bit, but we've got our date now. So, is it fair to say that that distribution of the $487,000 was distributed shortly after the signing of this document on the 5th of 2024?
Yes. Well, actually, can you ask that question again?
Sure. And actually, I'll jump to the statement too, but let me ask it this way. I'm going to change the question on Mr. Bundy. So, is it fair to say that the $487,000 that we're talking about was distributed based on the terms of Exhibit 2 that was signed on January 5th, 2024?
Are you saying distributed
Just based on the
to my
terms set
control?
out. I just said based on the terms set out in the document. Let me ask it again, sir. So, was the $487,000 that we've been discussing distributed from the Branson entities based on that document we just looked at, the estoppel waiver that is exhibit number 2?
I don't think that's an accurate assumption.
Okay. Well, what am I misunderstanding, Mr. Bundy?
Well, I mean, I explained it. They were handling the loan, Jane obtained a more traditional loan, which was always the agreement. She paid off the loan, but since the payments had been going to the Branson's entity, she paid the loan, the balance of the loan, to them, to that entity. And then the Bransons held that money, which was just, I think, a little over $500,000, refusing to pay me that for several months. And then, in my effort to get it back, retaining an attorney and so forth, then they finally retained an attorney, and between the attorney and ultimately we came up with an agreement that involved this waiver. And I signed the waiver, my wife signed the waiver. They wanted my wife to sign it as well. And once the waiver was signed, then the monies were transferred to the Abish account. And I considered the loan paid that I received from Abish, the loan paid in full.
Okay, I'm gonna share another document with you, Mr. Bundy, just so we can get the time frames correct, and it relates to this transaction of $487,000. So, if you wouldn't mind taking a look at your screen, I'm gonna share a document, Mr. Bundy, that I'm gonna have marked as Exhibit 3 to your deposition. I'll come back to this Mountain American statement in a second, but I want you to be able to see the beginning of the document. The document reflects productions we received from the trustee that reflect Clarity bank statements for the Abish Bundy account starting on January 31st, 2023. Do you see that, sir, on the document?
Yes.
Okay. And then here on the first page of what we're going to introduce as Exhibit 3 to your deposition, under the Clarity banner, there's indication that the account is held by Abish Bundy, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, and we look up at, the member number and the account numbers here. Am I correct in understanding that this Clarity account that we have the statements from is what you've been referring to as the Abish Bundy Clarity account?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. So we talked about before that all the transactions in this Clarity account, while it was in place, you contend were Abish Bundy business expenses and or revenue.
I think that was your terminology, but maybe.
Well, let me try to get it clarified in your own words, sir.
Okay.
All of the transactions in the Clarity account for Abish Bundy, do those reflect either revenue or withdrawals related to Abish Bundy's business?
Are you asking that question?
Yeah, I'm asking that question.
I'm uncertain. I have not reviewed these for quite some time. If you want to go through them, we could go through them.
We can spot check them, Mr. Bundy, but I'll reflect. This is an entire year's worth of bank statements. I don't think we have time to go through every entry.
And that's why I'm not willing to just blanket give you an answer yes or no.
Fair enough. Let me phrase it this way and see whether you're comfortable with this. For this Clarity Abish Bundy account that we're looking at, is it fair to say that the only transactions involving this account, except for maybe a occasional mistake or error on your part, relate to Abish Bundy transactions?
The purpose for this account was for business transactions.
Did you purposefully use this account labeled Abish Bundy with Clarity for personal business transactions? Excuse me, or individual transactions for your own individual purposes?
No, it was something that I tried to refrain from.
Okay. Okay. So, for example, when we look here, I'm still on the first page. Bates number is trustee 004. It's the first page of exhibit 3 to your deposition. It shows a payment of $59 from Panda for food from Panda Express. Is that an Abish's Bondi business expense?
It very well could be, yes.
Okay, how could it be an Abish's Bondi business expense given Abish's Bondi only has you as an employee?
Well, just so you're clear, or I'm clear, I do not know what that transaction is. Meaning I don't know what it was for, but I did have people working at the warehouse. I'm not saying that this was for that, but it very well could have been me grabbing food and providing lunch for those people.
Okay. And then if we take a look here, and I'm on page 2, base number trustee 5 of exhibit 3, we see on 1-3 a withdrawal transfer Lisa Bundy $11,600. Do you know what that related to?
Yeah, that is what we discussed earlier. That would be my 1099 payment.
Okay, so that would be your wages
That's correct.
for your work. It's just identified as Lisa Bundy because you contend she was on the account that you transferred your wages into. Is that fair?
She is my wife, and we are one in the state of Idaho. And so, yes.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Then we see, okay, and what did that $11,600 that you were getting paid in wages in this January 2003 timeframe, did that reflect the amount of rent payments that Abish's Bondi was receiving?
No.
Okay. What did it reflect in part rent payments that Abish's Bondi was receiving?
No.
Okay. What did it reflect as far as revenue going into Abish's Bondi?
It didn't reflect at all revenue.
Okay. So you were just taking a distribution from Abish's Bondi of $11,600. Is that fair?
I'm not sure distribution is the right word, but I think in the nature of your question, yes.
Okay. Who was determining how much you were going to get paid by Abish's Bondi? Was that you making the determination as the sole shareholder, sole officer of Abish's Bondi?
Yes, that was me.
Okay. So then, and again, I just want to sample a bit. There's a lot of transfers here, but if we look at same page, you've got a withdrawal of about $6,000 relating to I believe it was a credit card payment. Is that what that is, Mr. Bundy?
I am not sure,
Okay.
and I'm kind of at the edge of objecting to this line of questioning again. I mean, these are corporate transactions. I mean, I've entertained this because it does show, how I received money personally. But
Well, did that 6,000? I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir, but did that $6,000 there? Is that money going to you?
I don't even know what that $6,000 is. It says draft clearing. I really don't know what that is.
Okay. So we've got a withdrawal here of about $1,600 for a Hyatt Regency in Huntington Beach. Was that Abish's Bondi business?
This is in 2023.
Right.
and a business transaction. So I'm uncertain of that.
So, Mr. Bundy, is this transaction on January 14th for $1,600 to the Hyatt Regency Huntington Beach? Is this money that was used to pay for a family vacation for the Bundy family?
I've answered that question already. I'm uncertain.
Is is it fair to say that could be money that was spent for the Bundy a Bundy family vacation?
No, I don't think that's fair to say.
Okay. Do you have any idea what it's for?
I've already answered that question.
Okay. All right. Well, this is the account again that relates to clarity during the time frame we received these documents from the trustee.
Okay.
It's Exhibit 3. We might come back to discuss some particular transactions, but where I want to go to now, Mr. Bundy, is page 29 of the exhibit, because I think what we've got there will be some transactions related to the distribution of the 487. Okay.
Okay.
But first, so I can orient you to the exhibit, I want to show you that here at, page 27 of Exhibit 3, we have what the trustee produced as far as Mountain American Credit Union bank statements starting in the period of January 2024. See that, sir? Right up here?
Yes, I do see that.
Okay. And are these bank statements from Clarity and Mountain America, are these statements that you provided to the trustee?
Yes.
Okay. So if we look down, up here too at the document, this account, last 4 digits, 4849 with Mountain America, that's purports to be an Abish's Bondi account, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And if we look at the transactions, and I've skipped so you can follow along in the transcript, I'm at page 29 of Exhibit 3. Do you see the transaction here, Mr. Bundy, of 124, a wire transfer of $487,167, $487,167.36.
Yes.
Okay. Is this transaction on 124 into the Abish's Bondi Mountain America account, does this reflect the payment that was agreed to pursuant to the Estoplin waiver that was sent by the Branson's business?
Yes.
Okay.
And again, I am entertaining, but we need to move on from this, or I'm going to object from this line of questioning. I wanted to clarify this. I wanted to clarify it. I've already done it in one document. I wanted to clarify it here under oath. But these are corporate funds. I filed bankruptcy in my personal capacity, and so I'll entertain this a little longer, and then we need to move on from this line of
Well, Mr.
questioning.
Bundy, it's going to be more than a little longer, because I hope you understand that St. Luke's, maybe even perhaps the U.S. trustee, we have the right to conduct discovery to dispute your assertion that these are corporate funds. You understand that, correct? You understand?
I have disclosed already the details of
to the trustee?
I do not believe so,
Why not?
because it was a business transaction, it was a business credit card.
Okay, well, you know that St. Luke's asked for documents and information relating to Abish's Bondi during this time frame, correct?
I'm unsure what you've asked for. I've
Okay.
got
Are you,
mountains of
would
paperwork
you
from you
agree,
guys.
would you agree to provide to me on behalf of my clients credit card statements relating to this Capital One card that you contend was used for Abish's Bondi business purposes?
I don't agree to providing you anything. If the court compels me, just as the court has compelled me on everything else, then I'll provide it.
All right, Mr. Bundy, let's go a little bit further in here. So we see the account, we see that significant amount of money coming in. And then we see that there's a primary savings account and a business checking account, all under Abish's Bondi, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So it looks like that money then, or at least a significant portion of that money then gets transferred into primary savings.
Correct.
Okay. And are you contending that this primary savings account is also an Abish's Bondi account?
I think you're the one that said that, but yes, it's absolutely a Abishus Bondi.
During this time, I'm sorry, go ahead, sir.
All of these monies were Abishus Bondi.
Okay, during this time period of 2024, did you have a separate personal bank account that you were using?
I think you seized all my accounts. I think it was at the beginning of 2023, or what? Let's
So
see.
my question is, and I'll help you with the time frame, sir. Once you left Idaho on the eve of your contempt trial and went down to Utah, did you open up any personal banking accounts?
No.
So during this time period, after you left Idaho at around the time of the contempt trial that was supposed to begin, you did not open up any personal accounts in Utah. Is that fair?
That is fair. I do not believe we opened up any personal bank accounts.
All right. There's a withdrawal here, Mr. Bundy, and again, now we're on page 30 of this exhibit of $35,000. Do you know what that related to?
I do not recall.
Okay, how would we go about
Actually,
finding out?
I do recall that.
Okay, what is the $35,000 transaction?
It was to pay for my movie.
Who'd you pay?
I paid a company out of Idaho,
What's the name of the company?
B and B Towing.
B&D Towing?
I believe that's the name of it. Yep.
And that's what you think the $35,000 is for? B&D Towing?
I know that's what it's for.
Okay, good. All right, so moving on. Then we see that and I'm still on page 30 of the exhibit, we see a transfer on February 1st of $460,000 to another account. Do you see that? That the money
The transfer out of, is that what you're correct?
Yes, the transfer out of the savings account that we're looking at.
Correct.
See?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, right there. See, right there, B and B Towing. So,
Okay. So just so I'm reading this correctly, Mr. Bundy, and so the transcript can follow, we're now on page 32 of the exhibit, and there's some entries there. There's an entry of $35,000 for B&B towing. You see that?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the same transaction that we just looked at above. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So there's also a withdrawal to pay, a withdrawal check of a deposit by check of $5,280 on February 29th. Do you see that?
Yes.
Does that relate to a payment from Emmett Dorr
I believe so.
for space in the warehouse?
I believe so.
Okay. And so, is it fair to say that you had a lease in place with Emmett Dorr at this time?
Not personally, so no, it's not fair to say that.
Fair enough. Okay, so you contend that there was a lease in place in 2024 between Emmett Dorr and Abish's Bundy. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. A short-term loan provided to Ryan Bundy in the amount of $425,000 at this time.
Yes.
Okay. And what was the purpose of the loan?
He needed some cash flow.
What did he need it for?
He's in business and construction.
What was the term of the loan?
I could reference that if you would like. He's since paid that back to me.
Okay, great.
To
So
Avish.
let me get some background first, Mr. Bundy. Was this a loan between Ryan Bundy and who?
Avish Hesponde.
Avish Bundy. And is there a loan document in writing reflecting this transaction?
Yes.
Okay. Has that been produced in this case?
No.
Why not?
Because this is a corporate transaction.
Okay. Well, we can address that later. What were the terms of the loan agreement?
If you would like me to go to that document, I can go to it if you would like.
Do you have the loan document, sir?
I have a copy of it, yes.
Yeah, and I would just state that we'd request a copy of that. But yeah, if you wouldn't mind identifying the date and what the terms were.
So I think this is definitely the point I'm going to object to this line of questioning and no longer answer, because we're dealing with corporate transactions. If the court agrees with me, great. If they don't agree with me, then, and I'm compelled, then I'll do that. But I'm going to object to this line of questioning. I have entertained it for quite some time now. I've insisted that these were corporate transactions. I continue to insist that they're corporate transactions. I have documentation to show that they're corporate transactions. When I made them, I had the authority to make them as a president of Avis Hespondi. And so at this point, I have not, personally benefited from them in any way, direct way. So I'm going to object to this line of questioning.
Mr. Bundy, I need to understand that your objection, I need to ask some questions around that so we can get it framed for the court to resolve. At the time that this supposed short-term loan was made from Abish's Bundy to Ryan Bundy, were you the only shareholder at Abish's Bundy involved in the decision to loan the money?
I am objecting to this line of questioning.
Well, was there anybody else at Abish's Bundy involved in deciding to make a loan to Ryan Bundy at or around the time you were seeking to conceal money from St. Louis?
I have made lots of loans to many different people. I have leased a lot of property. I have purchased and sold properties. I have done it according to the laws in whichever state I've involved in, and I did not have to consult any other individuals. And so that is my answer, and I object to this line of questioning.
So I want to understand the answer you did provide. So at this point in time, March of 2024, your position is that you had the authority, the sole authority on behalf of Abish's Bundy to decide whether or not to loan more than $400,000 to your brother, and you had no need to consult Global Trading or Mr. Jones or any other purported shareholders.
Yeah, and you would have to agree with me.
Well, I mean, so are you saying, I want to make sure this, even though you were the minority shareholder, even though Mr. Jones, strike that, even though you contend that Mr. Jones and Global Trading owned 90% of Abish's Bundy at this time, your position is that you had sole authority to make unilateral decisions regarding $400,000 of Abish's Bundy funds?
You know this answer. That the shareholders in a corporation are not the controllers of what happens in the corporation. You know that. And so your question is nefarious. And I object to this line of questioning.
Did you inform the shareholders in this small, closely held company that you were making this loan?
I object to this line of questioning.
Okay. Well, where is your purported authority to act on behalf of Abish's Bundy in this time frame set out?
I was the president of Abish's Bundy. And
Where's
it
your
never
authority
ever
set out?
changed. It never changed. I was the president.
Okay. All right. But regardless, just so we know, you at this time period had complete and sole authority over Abish's Bundy in this March 2024 timeframe, correct?
I have always had complete authority over Abish's Bundy.
Okay.
I've never disputed that. I have followed the laws and made many transactions.
When Mr. Bundy, you stated earlier that this loan was paid back, this $425,000 loan to Ryan Bundy. When was this paid back?
I've already said that I object to this line of questioning.
Well,
please respect that.
Was it paid back to you personally?
I object to this line of questioning.
So, Mr. Bundy, I want to be perfectly clear. Did you personally receive any funds out of the purported paying back by Ryan Bundy of a $425,000 loan that shows being dispersed on March 4th, 2024?
I've already answered that question, and that is this has always been corporate funds and has never transferred personally to me. And I have been consistent in that, in your questioning, in my documentation, in everything that I have given you, and in my testimony.
Did Ryan Bundy pay Abish's Bundy back for this loan by sending the money somewhere else than Mountain American Bank?
I object to this line of questioning. And I've
So you're not
already,
gonna- I'm sorry.
answered that question actually. But I object,
No, you haven't.
I object to this line of questioning.
Did Ryan Bundy give you $200,000 in cash as part of the paying back of this purported loan from Abish's Bundy to him in March, on March 4th of 2024 in the amount of $425,000?
I don't understand your question.
So you say Mr. Bundy, Ryan Bundy, paid back the $425,000 loan. You pay back that loan in part by giving you $200,000 in cash.
So I object to the line of questioning. I've already testified that I have $200,000 of Avish funds.
Did it come from Ryan Bundy's paying back this loan?
I object to this line of questioning.
What is your basis for objecting, sir?
I've already given my basis. I've been objecting for quite some time now.
Okay, so you're not going to tell us when the $425,000 purportedly loaned by Abish's Bundy on March 4th, 2024 was paid back.
I object to this line of questioning.
Can you show me anywhere in the Mountain American statements for the Abish's Bundy accounts in 2024 where it would reflect any portion of a payback by Ryan Bundy of that loan?
As you know, shortly after those funds were transferred, you seized this account. So I would not have been even able to pay it back using this bank account.
So how was the amount of the loan paid back by Mr. Ryan Bundy to Abish?
I object to this line of questioning. I've already objected, and I've been very open with you. I haven't, tried to
Mr. Bundy,
hide
I
any of this.
disagree. You have to be open. Mr.
I'm answering the question.
No, you haven't.
I have
Mr. Bundy.
completely.
Just the question.
I've showed you where the money went to. I've showed you that I've expressed that I have it. I have a portion
Mr.
of
Bundy,
it, and
let's
I
take a
even
break.
said
Let's take a break.
I've even said what I spent it on, and yet that has not satisfied you.
Mr.
And
Bundy,
so
you
I'm
know what
ending this
documents-
line of questioning.
Tell me when you're done with your objection, Mr. Bundy.
I'm done.
Okay. We don't need to belabor it, Mr. Bundy, but we have the right to test whether these were truly corporate transactions and/or how you benefited and/or how they might continue to be part of the estate. Obviously, if you own an interest in Abish's Bundy and you have $200,000 cash, that's something I think that the trustee is going to be very interested in. I know St. Luke's is very interested in that. But let's go back to the $215,000 amount that you were stating was used from the $487,000 to buy assets. You remember that amount, sir?
Yes.
Okay. How was that $215,000 spent?
So before I answer that question, I do want to address your comment earlier. And that is that the trustees have known about this transaction and the details of this transaction long before you even knew about it.
So are you telling me that the trustees know you're holding $200,000 in cash?
Yes. Well, I have disclosed that to them.
You disclosed to the trustees that you're holding $200,000 in cash.
I gave the trustee the same information that I gave you in the document that's called Response to St. Luke's, Response to the many St. Luke's motions seeking to destitute Ammon Bundy and his family. In that document, I have openly discussed all of this, including the amount that I have in my possession. In fact, for the record, for the record, I say in this document, to answer your question now, ABIS then purchased material, intellectual property, and a domain name totaling $215,000. The remainder, Mr. Bundy retrieved, in parentheses, it says $200,000. Mr. Bundy retrieved and in part used to repair and equip a service truck, purchase special equipment, and to further establish the fleet maintenance service that he engaged in. This service truck is used, and that's that. And I disclose this all to the trustee, to the court, to anybody who wants to see it.
All right. So let's. That's the $215,000, correct?
That's the $215,000 plus the $200,000.
Well, I guess I'm confused. Are you saying that $200,000 is not in cash, but now it was used for a truck?
I didn't say the entire amount. I said in part.
How much money in cash, purportedly on behalf of Avis Bundy, do you have in your possession?
Once again, I object to this line of questioning. I know it's very interesting to you, but
It's not interesting, Mr.
if you want to litigate against me in some collections court or some other civil matter, dealing with this, you can do so. But I filed personal bankruptcy. These corporate funds have
Mr.
always
Mr.
remained
Bundy.
corporate funds.
Mr. Bundy, I appreciate that's your position. I appreciate you chose to proceed without an attorney for whatever reason, but we have a serious disagreement about that, and we're certainly entitled to challenge whether or not these are sham transactions on behalf of a corporation in name only that is being used by you as an alter ego. And that's what this is about. And so we're entitled to inquire about that.
No, actually,
So,
what this is about
Mr.
is that
Bundy,
you politically suing me to take everything I have because I spoke the truth about your clients. That's what this is about. And so you steal everything from me and any
Mr. Bundy,
entity that
Mr.
I'm
Bundy,
related in.
Mr. Bundy, this is going.
You are
slow,
a thief,
and we have a lot left to go.
and you
So
have
could
made it
please stop making
illegal.
speeches?
You have made it
Mr.
legal,
Bundy,
but you're just a
Mr. Bundy.
thief. That's what this comes down to.
Please stop making.
No, you
speeches.
are a thief. You know you're a thief.
Mr.
And
Bundy,
just because you do it with the law doesn't make it right. You or your clients did not earn this money.
tell me when you're done, Mr. Bundy.
Okay, I'll tell you when I'm done. You and your clients did not earn this money. You did not work for this money. You have stolen this money. And I have been very clear and open because I voluntarily filed for bankruptcy. So I felt that I had to disclose my personal transactions, and I have done so in a manner that I was not even required legally to do so. And I have no problem with you asking the court to force me to give this information up. That's something that we can discuss with the court. But for you to continue to object or continue to ask the questions after I've objected to this line of question, I think it's inappropriate. And for you to cast this entire lawsuit and litigation as something other than just political retaliation and theft is just wrong.
Mr.
That's
Bundy,
exactly what's going on.
This was my concern.
I'm not quite done, so you said you would wait
This
until
is
I
my
was done.
concern about your YouTube streaming is you just were going to make speeches. We need to get through this, Mr. Bundy. It's a serious issue that you're holding.
Mr. Stidham,
Hundreds of
Mr.
thousands of
Stidham, I
dollars
was
in
not
cash
done.
that
For
has
you to
not
say
been
that this is, for you to take everything from me, my entire, life's portfolio, if you will, millions of dollars for me, and then for me to call you out for the thief you are and say that it's theatrics because of a YouTube account, it's as ridiculous as your complaint saying that Diego and I advocated for his grandchild for money and fame.
Mr.
You are a
Bundy,
liar.
this
You
is
are
not
a liar.
We
Okay,
need to move
okay.
forward, Mr. Bundy.
You are a liar,
Mr. Bundy.
and you will be held accountable.
Mr. Bundy.
Now, Mr. Stidham, now I am done.
Mr. Bundy, how much cash do you have on hand right now? Whether you purport it's with Abish's Bondi or you concede that it's yours. How much cash on hand do you have right now?
I object to this line of questioning.
Do you know the answer to the question?
If you wish to litigate
Mr. Bundy,
It-
I'm just asking what you know
about
the
these
answer to the
corporate
question.
funds,
Was purchased for $215,000. I understand generally what you said about a domain name, but I'd like some more specific information. What was purchased?
I object to this line of questioning.
So you're not going
I
to
don't-
tell me what was purchased with the $215,000?
Well, I already listed generally. That was
Well, Mr.
Good
Bundy,
enough.
I understand. Mr. Bundy, we get to we just need to verify, Mr. Bundy, and if it turns out these are legitimate expenditures, that's fine. But why don't you at least give me the domain name that you purchased?
I object to this line of questioning.
Will you tell me the domain that was purchased by you and or Abish's Bondi?
I object to this line of questioning.
Will you explain to me what intellectual property was purchased by you and or Abish's Bondi?
I object.
Did you pay taxes on behalf of Abish's Bondi for this $485,000 that came in to Abish's Bondi in 2024?
I've already answered that question.
So are you intending to pay taxes to the state of Utah relating to the funds that came into Abish's Bondi in 2024?
As you know yourself, you took over the shares of Abish Husbande. You took and dissolved Abish Husbande and transferred it to, I don't know, another corporation. And so therefore, as far as I understand, I would not even be able to do that.
Okay. So, Mr. Bundy, understanding what you just said, I want to make sure I haven't missed something here. If Abish's Bondi has been dissolved, as you say, and you don't dispute that, the cash, the 200,000 or so in cash, the truck, and the intellectual property and domain name, what entity is holding that right now?
I once again object to this line of questioning.
But sir, can you at least tell me what entity you contend holds this money?
Yeah, Abish Husbande.
Okay.
I mean, it's a very interesting situation, right?
Mr. Bundy,
Because you stole the
So-
shares and then dissolved the
Mr.
company,
Bundy,
but some of the
move to
assets
speak.
evidently are still in question, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, all right, Mr. Bundy. Let's take a look at kind of the last bit of this exhibit, and then we're going to take a quick break for lunch. But if we take a look at the last page of what we've marked as Exhibit 3, it's down here on page 45. And that reflects, a date here in September of 24. Do you see that?
Yes.
When is the last time that you contend that you had control, you and or Abish's Bondi had control of this account?
I don't know. I'm not sure when you seized this account. I'm not sure what date.
And just so the record reflects, you're talking about when the court authorized the accounts to be frozen, correct?
I'm talking about when you had an ex parte meeting with some judge to freeze these assets.
Okay. So I'm not seeing any transaction. I know I'm spinning through this quickly, but I'll stop so you can get to the page. The last deposit that I see of a $5,000, $280 amount, which is, I think we've agreed, the rent that was paid by Emmett Dorr. The last deposit looks to be March 29, 2024 into this account. Is that in line with the last time that you deposited that money into Mountain America?
The answer is yes, but I still object.
Okay, where you've received rent payments from Emmett Dorr and the entity Nutrigem and other tenants after March 2024, correct?
I object to this line of questioning.
So has Abish's Bundy received rent checks since March of 2024 for any tenants to the Emmett Warehouse property?
I have addressed this previously, but I understand
Can you tell me, sir, where is the money that you received from rent checks on the Emmett property after March of 2024?
I cannot answer that completely, but most of those checks were just never deposited.
Why were they never deposited?
I had no bank account. You seized them all.
Okay. We'll talk to the tenants about that. How are you getting paid by Nutrigem for its lease at the Emmett Warehouse property?
I object to this line of questioning.
Were you getting paid in cash?
I object to this line of questioning.
Since you, in the months...
I mean, I really have a desire to answer, I do, but...
Mr. Bundy, just let me ask the next
question. I really desire to answer, but...
Mr. Bundy?
But I just have to object.
If you're not going to answer very straightforward questions about these assets, we'll have to deal with the judge.
I'm happy to do that.
So we frame it up.
I'm happy to do that.
Where have you received any cash payments from tenants at the Emmett Warehouse in 2024?
Yes.
Which tenants have paid you in cash in 2024?
Yeah. We're dealing with corporate funds here. I've disclosed openly in my bankruptcy schedules my personal finances, and I fail to see how this is appropriate for this proceeding. Other than for you to use this as just collection efforts.
Mr. Bundy, we just need to get through the questions. If you'd answer them about where the money's going, that's be simple.
Yeah,
Mr.
but
Bundy,
not all monies are the same. Not all monies are the same. There are corporate funds and there are personal funds, and you want to mix the two and say somehow that I've done something, I don't know what you're saying, but you're trying to say that, and this is a bankruptcy proceeding. I filed bankruptcy on a private capacity, and then you want to spend all this time talking about corporate transactions.
Mr. Bundy, we've discussed why that's the case, why we have a right, and we're just trying to understand Abish's Bundy's accounts and where the money continues to go. So here's the question, Mr. Bundy. Just need to establish it for the record. If you're not going to answer it, I need to put it on the record so we can address it with the court. In 2024, have you made personal use of any of the monies that were paid tenants of the Emmett warehouse for rent.
I object to this line of questioning.
Has Avish Bundy distributed any money to you or Mrs. Bundy in 2024?
I object. Well, actually, I think I need to answer that question. The answer would be yes.
When did Avish Bundy distribute funds to you or Mrs. Bundy in 2024?
I do not. I could not answer that accurately. I mean, at that point, we did not even have bank accounts. They were all seized. And so we were forced, I believe, that we were basically forced into a cash type of transactions. So
just so we can track, Mr. Bundy, I think you did testify that payments for rent have been received by you in cash in 2024. Have you or Mrs. Bundy made personal use of any of the cash that was paid for rents on the Emmett warehouse property?
no, not in the realm you are implying, if I understand you correctly.
So has those cash payments for rent been put aside somehow? Or have they been used for some Avish Bundy business purpose?
Those funds were Abish funds and were used to continue Abish transactions, but I was forced to do it on a cash basis.
So what transactions other than you receiving cash payments from renting the Emmett warehouse property from some tenants in 2024? What other transactions was Avish Bundy involved in 2024?
Are you talking about the corporate transactions or bills?
Yeah, what type of transactions
Well,
was Avish?
I object, but as you know, I was responsible as the president of Abish Hispanic to continue to maintain, millions of dollars worth of property, including buildings that, as you know, and if you don't, I'm surprised, are not inexpensive to maintain. I was forced to do that on a cash basis because of your actions, and I continue to do that.
So, Mr. Bundy, what properties are you continuing to maintain on a cash basis? And let's say within the last 4 months.
I'm not talking about the last 4 months.
Okay, so I'm just trying to get some time frames, Mr. Bundy.
Mm-hmm.
So, in the last 4 months, have you and/or Avish Bundy expended any funds on expenses related to Avish Bundy in the last 4 months?
I object, but I believe the answer is yes.
Okay, what were those expenditures?
I object, but if I recall correctly, they were power bills, some maintenance of costs, and so forth.
Okay. Mr. Bundy, I want to take a short break.
I don't know that it's just power. I'm
sorry,
I
I
think
thought you were
that
done with your answer.
I think there was some gas bills and there was some other things.
All right, Mr. Bundy. Let's take a short break for lunch. Is 30 minutes sufficient?
I promised you till 1 o'clock.
Mr. Bundy, I told you we did not agree to you shortening the time. We want to get through this.
I agreed to 9 o'clock. My understanding is from the.
Mr. Bundy, you were noticed for a subpoena.
Yeah, at 9 o'clock, and I showed up. That doesn't mean you own me.
Are you
And
stopping?
let me continue. You
Are you
have
stopping
not.
the examination, Mr. Bundy?
are you going to allow me to continue to finish my statement, to finish what I was saying?
Mr. Bundy, I just asked if you were ending the examination.
I'm not answering that question. I am not done with what I was saying. It's rude that you interject.
Go ahead, Mr. Bundy.
So I agreed. I agreed to.
We really don't need any speeches. We just need to
Oh my
move forward
goodness.
with the process.
Your theatrics is amazing. I agreed to 1 o'clock. But I think I would rather get this over. So if we could wrap this up by 3 o'clock, I would really appreciate it.
Well, I'm not going to promise we're going to wrap it up by 3 o'clock, Mr. Bundy, but I want to move through this hopefully a lot more efficiently.
Actually, hang on. Maybe I can't go to 3 because I have children that I have to pick up from school, and it's a 30-minute drive. So, what's today? Tuesday, right? So actually, I could go till 3, but I cannot go any longer after 3 because my children are out of school at 3:35. I have to pick them up, and I'm almost 30 minutes away. So,
how about this, Mr. Bundy? We're not agreeing to unilaterally shorten the deposition right now based on that time period. But what we would like to do is, again, take a quick break for lunch, pick it up, and if you need to stop to pick up your kids, and we still have something left, maybe we could take care of that in the morning before Mrs. Bundy goes, because I don't think Mrs. Bundy's deposition will take very long.
I'm not agreeing to that.
Well, why don't you just know that that's a concept that's out there? How about we take our lunch break? Again, I'm suggesting.
I say we make it quick.
Yeah, how about, is 30 minutes okay?
In my opinion, that's too long, but if that's what you need to take lunch, that's great. I'm at home though. It's easy for me to get lunch, so.
Okay, yeah, I need to take care of a couple other things too. So 30 minutes, we'll get back on here at 1:30. Hopefully we'll make better progress. Again, I understand your position. We're not agreeing to shorten it until we've completed the questioning, but we will work with you. We'll agree to work with you if we get to that point this afternoon.
And I'm not agreeing to go after 3 o'clock. I think that.
And again, I'm okay with that so long as you agree that we can pick it up tomorrow or sometime shortly thereafter and finish off the balance. So you just.
I'm not agreeing to that at all. So.
What'd you say?
I'm not agreeing to that at all.
Okay. Well, we're going to take a little break and we'll see how much progress we make. And if we have to talk to the judge about extending it, we will, but hopefully we'll be more efficient in the afternoon. All right. See you in 30 minutes, Mr. Bundy.
Okay, the time is 12:53 p.m. off record.
Recording stopped.
So for you that are watching, I'm just going to keep it running. Looks like they're coming back and at 1:30, which is more than 30 minutes, but and then it will end at 3. I'm not going to go past 3, but anyway, thanks for being on and keeping an eye. So I'll just keep it here, and if everybody wants to go to lunch or whatever, but I'm just going to keep this running. So thank you. Well, potty. I'm actually going to plug you in just to keep the phone charged, so bear with me.